this and over with. I know, man, it's ain't gonna be. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be a while.
But I'm gonna email it to them too.
Want me to add it for Monday?
Yeah, on Monday.
Okay, thanks.
It's one that was from Miss Stanley to me, so I'm just forwarding it to you.
Okay.
Don't come on and grab your chair. Don't put that chair down. I don't think Chelsea was sitting up there. Y'all doing all right? Hey, tell me this. Yeah. Did we get?
Mine need to say CM.
I can't believe you're here.
Did we get anything on the tag on the side of that?
We get anything with
On the tag, on the guy with the slide down?
no, I did not hear if they got anything back on that tag.
Who's that girl? The girl still saying that?
I'm sorry.
The girl that
Oh,
was in the
yeah,
thing?
she won't do nothing. She won't. She ain't giving up anything. She's sticking to her story that she was.
Picked him up.
Yeah, she picked him up. She's saying she picked him up out here. It's changed a little bit from what we originally. She originally had told somebody out there in the scene that she picked him up.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
Yeah. Picking him up at the mall, which would make sense because that's where they bought all the kids from. For a baby. So,
I wonder if they find any more cars in the car.
found some of her purse. Got all the cars in there.
Yeah, with a name on it.
Yeah, she kept saying there was four cars. And, but there was, I don't want to say they had another name on it, or if they hadn't made it, but they, I never did hear once they got out of it.
No, they got, hey man, so when y'all come down here, man, I used to use the speaker. They got a bunch phone right here. You been talking to me? Hey,
But see, you could do that.
Chief said.
Hey, how you doing? Hi, little twin.
You did hear what they found.
They
said he lied. Well, we found out.
Are we gonna charge the data with
Yeah,
something?
that's what I was just saying. We found out when they called, Shoemaker called the Eddie back. About talking some more about the kid and the fact that the daddy admitted when he got home last night. He locked all the doors and made sure all the things were locked.
And we had been meeting up with residents tried to kneel down, but the one thing is I told them we had to have some assurance that they were in fact going to build a second retail facility.
And
And that needed to be guaranteed in some way, so that they didn't say 2 years from now, we'll never mind.
All right,
Is that something that needs to be done at this stage, or can
Yes.
it be done at the?
bring it in.
Like a whole
So she's either in Mexico or back.
zoning, they're asking for zoning and variance, aren't they? Okay,
I think there's already.
yeah, well, then all you got to go on is the variance.
So the
Yeah.
design plan is not.
I don't see the way to, the best way to do that is to file it with the ordinance. And I'll probably put a file.
Well, they're now saying, because it's like 6.
Councilman Estes, we waiting for you. I apologize. I don't mean to rush you, but you know. I know it. That's your exercise for the day. We'll call to order the City of Douglasville's legislative work session for tonight, which is Thursday, August the 13th. Our invocation will be done by Pastor Angela Pounds of Church of Chapel Hill, and after that we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by the Mayor Pro Tem. Please stand for the invocation. Pounds. They check. City manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If we just bow our heads. I ask that, God, if you would grant us the wisdom tonight to be able to make decisions on the many items that we have before us. I ask that you grant us patience, guidance from each and every individual, including our citizens who are all waiting to be able to speak, to be heard, and to have their issues debated upon by Mayor and Council. I ask that you give us all the peace and the wisdom to be able to make the sound decisions that are necessary for this evening. And it's in these things we pray in your name, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, City Manager, for allowing me to put you on the spot. Always being prepared to give some hope for what lies inside. We will go with the announcements and presentations and then get right into the agenda. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Douglasville's legislative work session. I'm Douglasville's Mayor, Rochelle Robinson, and tonight's meeting is being conducted in whole or in part by teleconference. All of our elected officials and individuals with agenda items are present, and those wishing to comment during a public hearing or comments from citizens and delegates will be allowed to do so via Zoom software and in person. This open meeting of the Douglasville Mayor and Council is being conducted by teleconference consistent with the official code of Georgia annotated section 50-14-1G due to emergency conditions involving public safety in order to mitigate the transmission of the coronavirus and to reduce the risk of COVID-19 illness. That code section, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows local governments to meet by teleconference in the event of emergency, so long as means are afforded for the public to have simultaneous access to the teleconference meeting. For this meeting, we are convening partially by Zoom software shown on the city's website describing how the public may join, which is via YouTube media platform. For applicants and all participants, be advised that this meeting will allow public comments as well. Even if members of the public do not provide comment, participants are advised that people may be listening who do not provide public comment, and listeners are not required to identify themselves. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. This is a work session where agenda items are presented for discussion and no official action will be taken tonight. Official action will be taken on these items discussed tonight on Monday. If the business any citizen wishes to speak on is not listed as an agenda item, there will be ample time under the agenda item comments from citizens and delegates section for you to discuss any matters related to pending or potential city business. Just a few protocol issues I'd like to go over before we start the meeting, and then we will move on with the agenda. I please would ask that you would keep your comments and presentations on a professional level dealing with the facts that are important for this governing body to make our decision. We will not accept comments that are considered by the chair to be of a personal attack on any individual or group of individuals. You'll receive a warning from the chair, and if you deviate from that first warning, the second time a deviation will request in the chairman asking you to leave the premises and discontinue your opportunity to speak. Only one person will speak at a time. Please do not disrupt the order of this meeting in any way. I'll remind you that we're only required to accept public comments during required public hearings. We are not required to accept public comments on other items before this council. If you have a cell phone or electronic device I would ask that you would either power those items off or put those in silent mode so they will not be disruptive to the meeting. Now, the agenda items will be handled as the following. The committee chairperson will read the agenda item. Then the person representing the agenda item or applicant will make his or her presentation, and at that time will be your only opportunity to present the information. Myself and council members will possibly ask questions to help us understand the applicant and what you're seeking to, information you want to give us. After that, the committee chair will ask for comments or statements from the audience. There is a maximum time of 20 minutes for those who speak in favor or in opposition. So 20 minutes for those that are in favor of the measure and 20 minutes for those in opposition, which each person will have 5 minutes to speak. If there are a lot of speakers, and each person, you can divide up your time 3 minutes apiece, as long as the time in total is 20 minutes. In order to speak, there is a form that you should have signed out if you're in person, and that form you can please hand to our city clerk. And when you come to the podium, please give us your name and address for the record. We do not require minors to give us their address. Now, this meeting is not a question and answer format. It's really just here for us to hear information, to make our consideration, to consider the information to help us make our decision on Monday. Please address your comments to the chair and not to the audience or applicant or city staff. Just speak to the chair, whoever committee that is. If you have information that is printed, we ask that you would give that information, any written or printed materials, to the city clerk, and she will ensure that we receive that information. That's a whole lot of mouthful, but hopefully everyone understands everything about the meeting and how we're going to conduct it this evening. So now we'll move on to announcements. I would like to recognize the 2020 Historic Preservation Award winners for the downtown Douglasville. And Ms. Williams, I think, and Ms. Wright will come forward and talk about those recipients. And of course, this used to be such a nice event that we had every year with everyone from historic preservation all over the community would come together. But of course, we didn't even socially distance. It was COVID-19, so we have to change practices. So Ms. Wright is here to present this important milestone that we have every year, and such an important part of our community as we preserve history and have a footprint in the community. So welcome, Ms. Wright.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm Michelle Wright, Planning Manager for the City of Douglasville. And the City of Douglasville and the Historic Preservation Commission host an annual awards banquet of the Historic Preservation Awards. Since the coronavirus, the City and the Historic Preservation Commission were unable to host the banquet this year. The Historic Preservation Commission had chosen the award recipients prior to the virus outbreak. The city would like to bring the award recipients before the City Council to receive their awards this evening. We have 4 of them. The first award is the Donald Bennett Award. It's awarded to an individual who has committed their time and their resources to the efforts of preservation within the City of Douglasville. And this award is awarded to Jerry Farmer. And she could not be here this evening, but let me tell you just a little bit about her.
Ms. Wright, pull your microphone down just a little bit so
okay.
we can hear you.
You're not hearing me?
There you
Okay,
go.
thank you. Jerry Farmer is born in Georgia. She was born in Paulding County. She's a professional and had a professional career. She was involved in a lot of community and civic involvement. She served on the City of Douglasville Promotions Committee. She also served coordinating the Christmas Tour of Homes. She was also a member of the Douglas County Museum and History and Arts Commission and co-founder of the Penny McHenry Hydrangea Festival. And also she was with the Douglasville, Douglas County, over 50 Georgia cities. And she's been very active in the community, and they have chosen her this year to receive the Donald Bennett Award.
We can give her a hand, Ms. Farmer. In absence. Thank you.
Okay, the next award is the Commercial Preservation Award. This is awarded to a commercial property owner or owners who have significantly improved their commercial property within the calendar year through renovation, rehabilitation, or restoration. And this award goes to Chad Hauk. Chad is CEO of the Irish Bread Pub in Carrollton, Georgia, in Chad P. Properties. He resides in Carrollton, Georgia, with his wife Kelly and their 3 children. He has a passion for restoring old buildings and bringing them back to life. When he's not at work, you can find him with his family on a ball field or at the lake. He has served on many professional organizations, and the building that we're talking about is it used to be old Dr. Robinson's building.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make sure that you all know with the one that he renovated. He's been on the Carrollton Main Street Board, Executive Board Chair for the National Alumni Association, Executive Chair for West Georgia Athletic Foundation, Executive Board Chair for Social Science Community, Board Member West Georgia, Sertoma, President of Sertoma, School Governance Team for Carroll County, Douglasville Downtown Master Plan Steering Committee, and City of Carrollton Schools State Representative and Douglasville Downtown Development Authority. He has many awards, Best New Young Professional of the Year for Parks and Rec, Small Business Owner of the Year, runner-up for the Chamber, a UWG Outstanding Community Member, and the Irish Bread Pub Franchise of the Year Award, Top Producing Franchise out of 10. And if you'd like to come forward.
And the building is right next to City Hall. You have the ice cream commercial on the bottom and lofts on the top. I understand those lofts people are standing in line trying to get into those lofts. So thank you so much. If you want to come forward and have some words, we'd love to hear from you. If you have anything to say.
It was a great building. I loved being able to renovate it. Thank you for all the help. It was a very easy process for me to be able to come into Douglasville, and it was very welcoming
Yes,
to
sir.
restore that building, and I just appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for investing in our community. We appreciate it. Let's give him a hand. And I think we're going to stand around. Are we taking, I know, Steve, what do you want us to do, Mr. Steve? So I guess we can just stand maybe and kind of stagger. Is that good? Yes, sir. And come a little bit, come closer to us. Hands and all of that. Good job. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's beautiful. Congratulations.
The next award we have is the Residential Preservation Award, and it is awarded to a residential property owner or owners who have significantly improved their residential property within the calendar year through renovation, rehabilitation, and restoration. It is awarded to Adam and Lexi Mealy. I hope I pronounced it right. Yeah? Okay. For 8536 Bowden Street. Okay, Adam and Lexi fell in love to the key of E. They were both living in New York City. Adam had finished a program in music engineering, and Lexi had finished her graduate degree in computer art. Lexi wanted to learn how to play the guitar, and Adam was truly an expert. Long story short, they married and continued to work in New York City and had a couple of babies there. They moved to Maine, where Adam was originally from, and he started his own music house, producing and writing songs. That is where they moved to Georgia, where Lexi is from, shortly thereafter, and they did not have any more babies. Okay. However, they finally bought their first home together in the historic district in the downtown Douglasville area and have been renovating it from the outside and in ever since. Art and design have always been a large part of their backgrounds, and they have learned a lot about renovating over the years. and it has been a passion of Lexi's since she was little. She has somehow managed to make it a passion of Adam's as well, or at least she's dragged him into it. And she has since started doing interior design projects and getting back into the workforce since having 3 wonderful babies. Though they are not finished with their home, the goal in the future is to continue renovating homes in the downtown Douglasville area because they see so much charm here. Thank you, Adam and Lexi, for your hard work.
Let's give them a hand as they come forward. So Adam and Lexi, you're like our own hometown group. You know, that's on HGTV. You're going to start renovating all over. Would you like to say anything?
Well, let me, I will.
Yes, please. Please do.
I want to say thank you so much for this award. It means a lot to us. I want to thank Leslie Choo as well for his involvement in helping us. You know, thank you for reading that bio out. I gave her a hard time earlier about that and just how long it was. And it was beautiful to hear it out loud. So thank you.
Aw.
You know, beside every mediocre man is a great woman, and I'm no exception. And so she's done a great job with our family and with our home. And I want to thank you. So
That's beautiful. You're welcome. If you all don't. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Great job. Great job. Thank you, folks. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
The next award is the Maintenance Preservation Award. It's awarded to a residential commercial property owner or owners who have worked diligently at maintaining their historic district property throughout the years. And this award goes to Elaine Penley Sears for Elaine's Hair Salon. Okay. Sorry about that. As a Douglas County native, Elaine Penley Sears has been making Douglas County beautiful for many years. She is a second-generation cosmetologist and began her career working as a young teen with her mother, Ollie Penley's Beauty Shop. Elaine established her own business, Elaine's Hair Care, in 1976. Originally located on Douglas Boulevard, Elaine moved her business to a house in the historic district in 2001 with the help of her husband, Paul. She totally renovated the inside of this 90-year-old house while leaving the original exterior charm. Shortly after opening, the salon was featured in Salon Today magazine and won their 2001 award for architectural design excellence. The salon has won numerous awards for Christmas decorations from the City of Douglasville, and her mailbox decorations for the Douglasville Hydrangea Festival are usually blue ribbon winners. Thank you.
Miss Elaine. Miss Elaine, would you want to say anything? I will say I have ride-alongs with Mr. Gregg, and council members have done it as well. And I never have to point out your establishment because it's always beautiful.
Oh,
Yes, and the ride-alongs are just to see areas where we may miss some things that we can kind of spruce up. But your business is always very beautiful. And again, as Ms. Wright has said, during hydrangea time, we know to look forward to your creativity with your mailboxes.
Yes, I really missed it this year by not being able to participate. And at my home, I had lots of hydrangeas too, and I had the most huge bloom that I ever had. It would have been a blue ribbon winner had I been able to participate this year. I was very disappointed, but yes, maintenance on an old house is quite a chore, so I'm glad that I was able to do it, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Congratulations. We'll take a
Thank
picture
you.
with you again.
Of course.
Don't mind.
I keep
Good to see you.
looking so good, she does it.
Oh, you keep that. He has a lot of hair.
Yeah, you can credit.
It's so thick.
Yeah, he's
Credit.
saying, make it short.
No,
Not here.
no.
Not here, Elaine, not here. Sorry, not here.
Tell me all the secret. It's beautiful.
Go in 3, 2, 1. You want to do another one? 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, we're gonna do one more picture with the HPC commission members that are here with the council. If Pat Smith, if you could just come up here and we'll take a couple of pictures. Thank you. No. Yes, everybody? No, just HPC. Yeah. Since you didn't get to have your banquet this year. So, yeah, just to get a picture. Did you want one? Oh, no, I don't need to. Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor and Council, for hosting this since they weren't able to have their banquet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. We appreciate it, and congratulations again to all the winners. We appreciate you keeping the community beautiful. So now we'll move on with the agenda as presented and printed. It is the Committee for Economic Development Committee. That's chaired by Mayor Pro Tem Terry Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
We have a couple items under the Economic Development Committee. Oh, get the folks in.
Yes, sir.
First item is to reappoint Leslie Choo to serve as the Post 5 member of the Development Authority of the City of Douglasville to a 4-year term expiring July 23rd, 2024. Why don't I just go ahead and I'll read each. We have three separate reappointments. I'll read them all together, and then Ms. Jackson will take care of the details. The second is to reappoint Phillip Sisk to serve as the Post 6 member of the Development Authority of the City of Douglasville to a 4-year term expiring July 23rd, 2024. And then we have also the reappointment of Craig Bell as the Post 6 member of Douglas. That might be a typo, 2 Post 6 members of the Douglasville Downtown Development Authority to a 4-year term expiring March 22nd, 2024. Is that a typo? Or do we have 2 Post 6?
One, Craig Bell is for the Downtown Development Authority, and then Mr. Choo and Mr. Sisk are for the Development Authority of the City of Douglasville. So it's not a typo. They're for separate authorities.
2 separate?
Yes, sir. One is for the DDA.
Oh, okay, I got you. I didn't see Downtown Development Authority. Okay. No problem.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. I will address all 3 of these items as it relates to Mr. Leslie Choo. He has currently served his first term on the City of Douglasville Development Authority. He currently serves as chair. He's been doing a great job and would like to be reappointed. You'll see his resume attached, as well as the bylaws and the state mandated article that is also in here that states everything as it relates to the Development Authority and the term of the Board of Directors. As it relates to Mr. Sisk, he just completed his first term as well. He would like to be reappointed for another 4-year term. Mr. Sisk currently serves as the City of Douglasville Development Authority URA representative, and he also serves as the vice chair of the URA as well. And he would like to be reappointed, and staff is recommending that appointment as well. As it relates to Mr. Craig Bell, Mr. Bell actually started on the Downtown Development Authority last year. He is serving an unexpired term, so he's currently been on there for about a year, serving an unexpired term of someone who, the person that he replaced, that person resigned earlier last year for health reasons. And he would like to be reappointed to serve a full term for 4 years, and staff is also recommending his reappointment.
We have no applicants for any of these positions?
No, sir. And I will come before you in the next month or so, because we do have another opening on the Downtown Development Authority, and we have some applicants that would like to be interviewed for that. So in the next upcoming weeks, you'll have about 7 or 8 interviews for different boards that individuals are interested in, but not for these positions.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any comments or questions from any member of the City Council or the Mayor?
I would just like to say, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Sisk contacted me this afternoon to apologize, saying that something had come up He really wanted to be here tonight because he definitely wants to be reappointed, but something came up and he was unable to do so. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Comments? Any issues? Anybody with any on the list? I assume none as such. If there's no objections, I'd like to put all these items on the consent agenda for Monday. Okay. Madam Mayor, that's all I have under the Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We'll move on then to item number 6, which is Finance Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Mark Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a number of items tonight under
Yes, sir.
Finance. We'll start with item A, adopt a resolution declaring as surplus certain city property, city-owned personal property, and condemned items and authorizing them to be sold at auction. Captain Greg Weaver is going to help us with that item. How are you, Mr. Weaver?
I'm just fine, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Good evening, Captain
Greg Weaver, 2083 Fairburn Road, Douglasville, Georgia. As Councilman Adams stated, we're preparing for our annual city auction. This will be our 3rd auction, and we're just asking that certain city-owned property and condemned items be declared so that we can get those ready for the auction. Each of you, I believe, have a list in front of you of items that may be on the auction this year. As I stated, this will be our 3rd annual auction. We've done very well the first 2 times. We see no reason for any different this year. We're excited about it. We've been working hard on it. And just to give you a quick rundown, we have 38 vehicles, 2 trailers, 29 pieces of equipment, numerous pieces of office equipment and general items, as well as evidence disposal items. As you look through the list, I'll be glad to answer any questions about property or anything you may have questions on about the auction.
Say the list, Mr. Chairman, is on our attachment because I'm not getting it. So I tried getting it earlier today and it never came up.
It is here.
I can see it, so maybe back out and go back in again.
I've refreshed, I've done all that.
Ready?
Any questions? Anyone? Mr. Weaver, we thank you for taking care of this, and we look forward to a very successful auction. If there's no objection, I'd like to place it on the consent agenda for Monday. I'm not trying to cut anyone short. If you have questions or comments, I mean, by all means, bring them forward. Just have a lot of items to cover.
I'll
Thank you,
hang
Mr.
around
Weaver.
afterwards, too, if they have
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Appreciate it very much. We'll move on to item B, adopt a resolution concerning the city's CARES Act grant agreement. Ms. Emily Hardaway is going to help us with that. I know they've been working hard to come up with numbers, and we look forward to hearing from Ms. Hardaway. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Emily Hardaway, Graduate Fellow, 6695 Church Street. Per guidance from GMA, the city must pass a resolution accepting the funds from the state. And so what we have attached to this item is the resolution that has been drafted.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hardaway. Does anyone have any question or comment concerning the item? We have to adopt a resolution in order to take part in the program and receive any funds, so it seems to be a no-brainer that we would do that. Ms. Hampton, did you have something to say?
Only update I would have is that Ms. Hardaway has confirmed, as well as finance, that the funds are in our bank account. However, we cannot expend any funds without this resolution. We have gotten some guidance on a little bit more information on certain things that we can cover under the CARES Act, but so far we have not gotten confirmation on equipment for public services. But we have verified that we would be able to cover the cost of all of our payroll expenses for public safety and sanitation employees at the beginning of March when the pandemic started. And that's inclusive of salaries and benefits, and that would just minus anyone who worked in administration. So that'll be the first group of funding that we look toward in that first batch, and we'll start working on the others that we mentioned to you.
Questions, comments? Good news. Thank you. I would assume no one would have a problem with this being on the consent agenda for Monday. Thank you, Ms. Hardaway.
Thank you.
Point of order, I have the same reappointment as my item C under finance, and I'm assuming that was an error, so I'll skip it. Okay. We'll go on to the last item, adopt a resolution authorizing a billing credit for the city's residential sanitation customers due to a 2-week pause in collection services caused by required quarantining of city sanitation workers after their exposure to coronavirus. Ms. Hampton?
Yes, sir. As you all were notified by myself last week, that we did have a few employees who were feeling ill within our at our Cedar Mountain Road location. All of those 54 employees have been tested. We can confirm to date that there were 4 positive cases. Those employees are currently going through a mandated quarantine period. The expectation is for those who will be who were deemed negative will be retested on Monday and Tuesday of next week, the 17th and the 18th. All of those presenting good health signals from Dr. Nash at our Wellness Center will return to work. So there is an expectation that we will be able to pick up trash and resume trash service the week of the 17th. However, there will probably be some interruption in trash service and some delay as we fold those employees back into the system. So therefore, residents will have missed trash service for this week and have possible interruptions next week. But it is a full intention that residents will be able to receive some type of trash pickup starting the 17th of August. However, based on some feedback that I've received from some of you all, it is the desire that because there was an interruption of service citywide, that you would like to extend the credit for 2 weeks, anticipating that there's a possibility of interruption of service next week, depending upon the return of those employees. So the resolution consists of $10 for a standard customer, $1 per senior citizen customer. And those rates relate to your standard customer pays $19.50 a month for trash service. Your senior citizens pay $3 per month. So that would equate to approximately 2 weeks. That credit would be applied through our contracted services with WSA. So those residents will see that on a future trash bill. To let you know what that amount equates to, that's $84,111. That's the value of the credit. And inclusive in that, you have a total of 500 and, let me get number of senior customers. You have a total of 553 senior customers out of your 8,812 customers.
Thank you for that information, Ms. Hampton. Are there any questions or comments concerning this item? Yes, Madam Mayor.
You know I was going to say
Yes,
something. I put my hand on my head. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, City Manager and staff, for working with us to accommodate for this unprecedented situation. We apologize to the citizens for the interruption. It was definitely, it just is a circumstance of what's happening with the pandemic all over the world, and it happened to us. So out of the abundance of caution, we decided to quarantine the entire sanitation department rather than, wait for that person to say they were around these 3 people and see if they exhibited any symptoms. We just said, everyone go home and get quarantined, and just because we want to protect our employees and their families. So apologize to the citizens. We have received a lot of emails, a lot of calls, concerned about trash, and we understand that that is definitely a problem. But this is an essential service, like the police department. Sanitation has never stopped during COVID. I mean, they've been picking up the trash every week. We even had a cleanup time where they picked up. Mr. Roberts has continued to move Public Works forward. So we appreciate them, and we wanted to be sensitive to them and their families and protect them. So we immediately put them in quarantine. City manager said we got the test done. So we appreciate the Wellness Center and HR department. And again, apologize to the citizens, but the credit is going to be for those 2 weeks. And we've had this before when we had 2009 floods. We didn't have sanitation service for a couple of weeks, and the snowpocalypse, I think my kids call it, when we had the ice storm, that we could not get on the streets and pick up trash. So it's happened before. It's definitely an inconvenience. So we appreciate your patience and apologize again, but we will credit the citizens for this. And so thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Allow me to say that.
Coach Watts?
Mr. Chairman, I just real quick, play devil's advocate here. It's my understanding that this will be the first time that we've ever done a credit like this, that during those other emergencies where everything was shut down due to water or snow. So I'm just being devil's advocate here. Are we setting a precedent here next time we have an emergency? Because I know the circumstances are different, but whenever we've had snow that shut everything down for a week, did we ever?
We did not.
I think people were more understanding. I don't know why, but we just try. And we did not shut down commercial services. In fact, we still had a company come out, and what was that, about $75,000, City Manager?
Currently, that is the estimate. So in order to keep commercial going, because we knew we would be backlogged on the residential side, we were able to get 2 companies to contract to do commercial. We did ask them about doing residential, but they could not provide that service, not in that short period of time.
Yeah, because it would take about 3 weeks for them to learn the routes, and by that time, our employees would be able to come back. And Coach Watts, Councilman Watts, that's probably one of the reasons why we decided to do a credit, is because we still had some service in the commercial arena, but not residential. So we wanted to compensate the citizens for that inconvenience, and they weren't allowed to call a private company to come in via our contract or take recycles anywhere. So that's why we're trying to work with them, the community.
I will add, Councilman Adams, just one point the mayor reminded me. There were questions about recycling. Just to remind you all, recycling is a service that is imputed into your 1950. So as your citizens call you about that, there's no way to separate that out to give a quote-unquote refund. It is a portion of what they receive for the 1950. So I think that there is a misunderstanding about the value of the 1950. The 1950 has a tremendous amount of service that is provided for that amount. So therefore, when residents are saying you all are not providing recycling, therefore where is my credit for that? There is no such credit, because it is just part of what is provided. This will delay recycling, and because we are implementing various tools to keep the employees in their specific areas so that this doesn't happen again. As we have mentioned to you all, the way that we operate with such a lean staff is because our employees are cross-trained to do a variety of other areas. So when someone calls in sick, we can pull them from various areas. This is not going to allow us to do that. So the pandemic is going to specifically state, if you're in sanitation, you'll be doing sanitation. That way, if something happens in Fleet or in another area, it only affects that area. Recycling, as a reminder, is a touch business. So if an employee is sick, when they touch, they can transfer, and it goes beyond just the City of Douglasville, and that is also the reason we shut things down as quickly as we did. So I know residents are frustrated, but I can assure you that we're not the only individuals who are no longer doing recycling for that same reason, because it is a touch business. We will try to bring it back as soon as possible, but to make certain that we keep employees in their respective areas to minimize this happening again, we will have to stick with what is essential, and that is the main portion of your trash.
I'd just like to remind everybody also the CARES Act is taking care of folks that are on we consider on the front lines as public safety and sanitation. So those folks have been on the front line and more exposed than the average person. So,
Yes.
Which that brings up my question. Since this credit, the cost of this credit is a direct result of COVID, is that something that we can seek reimbursement through the CARES funding for?
It should be. However, we will have more guidance on Friday. We do have a copy of what the Treasury is putting out. I can tell you the Treasury puts out updates to what is applicable almost every day, so it changes. I would expect that it is, But in certain instances, when it comes to utility billing, they have deemed that as not eligible. So there may be a possibility they would deem this as not eligible because they would consider it a very similar cost.
Thank you for your question, Councilman Estes. And to extend beyond Ms. Hampton's point, I know that that's just something that you'll add to the list of questions when the training and the information is given out on the 15th. Is that right? Is there anyone else that had a comment concerning this?
Just a comment.
Yes, Stanley.
Councilman Estes, understanding, although the CARES Act may not cover the credit, it does cover the time that our staff have been out. So it covers their time that they don't have to use their own sick time. Is that correct? Yes.
Good point. Okay. Good point. If I might just add, I want to play devil's advocate just a moment also, because I'm thankful that our staff has taken the position to, in the essence of safety for the employees, to do what had to be done. And I'm sorry that it has caused some inconvenience for some of our citizens, and it has caused a problem for some of them, but I think we're trying to make that right by giving that credit, although it is potentially setting a precedent, Coach, I understand. At the same time, I think that we're trying to do everything that we can do to keep our citizens and our constituents and our staff and those employees in that department safe, and I can do nothing but thank our staff for doing what they've done, because I know you all have listened to the brunt of the complaints. I've received emails, I've returned emails and things of that nature, but I know that you all take care of those calls, and we appreciate all that you've done. We appreciate those employees that have been on the front lines since March with this, and I think we were fortunate with those numbers to have had that small number of cases that have been reported. So kudos to you all. Is there any other comment on that item? I'm going to assume, and maybe I should not ask it to be put on a consent agenda, but is there a problem with it being on a consent agenda for Monday? Okay. If we could do that, I would appreciate it. And that is all that we have, Madam Mayor, under finance tonight.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to Housing and Community Affairs Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Dr. LaShawn Burdanley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one
Welcome.
item under Housing and Community Affairs tonight, and it reads as follows: adopt an ordinance to enact Article 4, Chapter 70 of the Solid Waste Ordinance to regulate scrap tire disposal. This is an item that we discussed in our committee meeting. Ms. Williams?
Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. As Councilwoman Burdanley said, we did discuss this at our 5 o'clock meeting. Essentially, this is about allowing businesses to have, or encouraging businesses to have a storage container for tires, and they'll work with a vendor to have those tires removed from that storage container once it fills up, and then the vendor will come back and pick up more tires once it fills up again. And so we're hopeful that this will clean up some of those areas of concern that you've all expressed to us over the past several years at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Do we have any comments or questions from our mayor or council? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you so much, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Williams. So the capacity for the trailers that Ms. Ebony say was 3,000?
I think she mentioned 3,000, but it may vary based on, whatever vendor you select. And I don't think we can tell them which vendor they can select.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And we did not specify in the ordinance, it doesn't seem, that they would have to have the trailer in the back of the building. Are we going to do that? And can they just have one, like we did with the clothing bins?
We are asking them to just have one.
Okay.
That's pretty standard, just to have one,
Okay.
not multiple.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'd like to place this on the consent agenda. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no other items.
You're welcome. We'll move on to item 8, which is Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Samuel Davis.
No items at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman Davis. Personnel and Organization Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Chris Watts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no business tonight in Personnel and Organization.
Thank you so much, Coach. Planning and Development Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Mark Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
We have several items tonight under Planning and Development, and we will start with holding a public hearing. I know the mayor has already given us instruction as to the ground rules for that, so we'll get started. Hold a public hearing and consider a request for a special land use permit for a family child care learning home on property zoned R3 Single Family Residential Detached District, being approximately .23 acres at 8566 Braylon Manor Drive in land lot 193, District 2, Section 5A. Parcel 104, application by Larry Smith and Kaya M. Davis. And Ms. Patrice Williams and Kaya Davis will be presenting. Ms. Williams, go ahead.
All right, Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. The applicant proposes a family child care learning home within an existing residential neighborhood. The applicant requests to care for no more than 6 children at a time and for the hours of operation from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. A family child care learning home is a permitted use within the R3 district with a SLUP, a special land use permit. The proposed daycare will be developed within an existing residential community. The scale and scope of the proposed family child care learning home will be nominal, thus resulting in a minimum impact on the existing community. The proposed project will not involve high traffic volume and will have a marginal impact on the existing transportation network. If approved, staff recommends the following. The family child care learning home is restricted to 6 children or less enrolled at any time on the subject property. There is a limit of 3 cars that are parked in the subject property at one time. Hours of operation are from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. The SLUP must be reviewed administratively by staff 1 year after approval and be reported to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Is there someone here to represent the applicant? And if so, if you'd come forward and give us your name and address for the record and present your application to us.
Good afternoon, panel. I am Kia Davis Smith. My address is 8566 Braylon Manor in Douglasville, Georgia, 30134.
How are you doing this evening?
Finding yourself.
Good. This being a public hearing, we do need to allow for public input. Is there any question, before we do that, is there any question that council or Madam Mayor may have of the applicant?
I did have a quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Welcome, Ms. Davis. It's good to see you this evening.
Thank you.
Our staff recommended, when she read the application, that you wanted to have hours from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m., and she recommended from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yes, ma'am,
Were you
that's
understanding that special stipulation?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay,
fine.
and you will acquiesce to that time rather
Yes.
than midnight?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions of the applicant? Council?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Adams.
Go ahead.
Hello. I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. Very delighted that you're opening your own business.
Thank you.
Just a question. Have you began your process through Bright from the Start?
Yes. That's one of my instructors.
Okay, so where are you in that process as far
I
as
am
your
almost
application?
finished. I have one more unit to complete, then I have my testing, and then after I get she submits the stuff to Washington DC and I get that back, then I do my testing, and then from there, they will submit something from Right from the Start, and then I can go ahead and start my observation and go from there.
So it sounds like you are actually working on your child development.
Mm-hmm. Been working on it since last
Your
year.
CDA.
Yes.
So my question in regards to Bright from the Start is the department that oversees the compliance for child care centers here in Georgia. So you've completed the application to have a child care home in your, a child care daycare in your home,
That's pending.
which includes background check and all of that. So,
I've already done that portion.
okay, so have they actually come out, and the fire chief, has he actually come out and measured how many children you can have?
We haven't done that. We haven't gotten to that procedure yet. So, but we will be doing that as well.
So what do you anticipate the time frame of that completion?
I don't know. You want to speak? Because I don't know what time, I don't know when we will be finished with class. So everything, but we have a process as to what we're following. So once we do certain things, then we'll stick that in that slot.
So your opening date is, what are you anticipating?
We don't have an opening date yet. I'm gunning for by the end of the year. So somewhere around that time. It just all depends on class, when class is ending, and it depends on the pandemic and the availability of everybody, so,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Well, it's really good to know that you're going through the process.
Yes.
I would like to see some stipulations as it relates that there are certain things that need to be completed as far as the fire marshal coming out and measuring space to make sure there's the right amount of children, and also going through Bright from the Start, which is a compliance I think you can get a waiver for a certain amount of children where you don't have someone come out, but if there's a report that needs to be made, that it would be.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just,
Coach?
did the HOA, maybe I missed that, did the HOA already approve y'all's? Wasn't that one of the stipulations?
We actually don't necessarily need the HOA to sign off on it.
Okay.
That's something that may have been brought up in the planning commission meeting, but we don't want to be in the position of regulating it, what the HOA wants. So it's not a part of our application process.
I guess the reason I ask that is if the HOA, if they're against it, I guess that's between them and the HOA, but doesn't the HOA, wouldn't they seek the city's help on enforcing something like that, or how does that, I guess they handle all of that?
They handle that, they would
Okay.
handle it. And we did put a sign in Ms. Davis' yard, and so they are aware of it. It's announcement in the paper as well, and so we did not receive any calls or concerns about the item.
Okay, thank you.
Is Ms. Williams, before you leave, is it my understanding that that has a part of this type zoning in this neighborhood, that this is allowed as a part of the zoning?
It is, well, she needs a slut, but yes. it
Yes,
is
but she needs
allowed.
a special land use permit, but it is allowed in this type zoning, residential. Okay. Others? Mr. Chair? Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I want to further the question that Dr. Berdanley was asking. Have you made alterations to your house for wheelchair accessibility, like widening doorways or making sure the thresholds?
I have not done any of those things yet.
Your intent is to do it, though?
If I need to, then yes.
I mean, be careful about certain other things that people might miss, is even simple things like thresholds. You know,
Right.
you may think that it's level, but try putting a wheelchair over a threshold sometimes doesn't.
Right.
That's why you have to provide a small ramped area over a threshold to get that. And so, and those are common features in standard houses today. And make sure that your door widths are all at least 3 feet wide.
Okay.
And also that you have a bathroom that's going to be physically accessible to people in wheelchairs.
I have one
Very, very important
downstairs.
issues.
It's a full bathroom downstairs.
If it's downstairs, then you got to make sure you have to have a way to get downstairs. Or when you say downstairs, you mean that's the street level?
It's on the same level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, very quick, I know, Ms. Davis, you're talking about the end of the year, and we pray that we have a vaccine for COVID-19 by that time. Do you have any procedures that you will have in place for these 6 children that potentially will come in your home?
Yes, Ms. Kiki Michelle, she's also been keeping me updated on what the meetings have been about as far as the process for dropping your children off. The parents can't come in. You have to have a temperature regulator. You have to immediately wash your children's hands, do all of the proper protocol for that. So yes, I am aware.
Okay, so you're just be following the CDC requirements and what the school
Exactly.
system is set up in the Douglas County.
Exactly.
All right, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Davis, the question I have, I guess, and it's really has been brought forward by Ms. Berdanley. Is there a reason why you have applied for your special land use permit this early when you don't anticipate or don't have an anticipated opening yet? Because time will be running on that special land use permit as far as having to renew it, and we really are going to be left out of the circle, so to speak, at such time as you're approved for all this. So was there a reason why you were instructed to do this at this time, or can you help me with that?
Well, first, this is my first business, so I really don't know the process or protocol, so I just been following the steps as far as go to school. I know I have to, each class that I have been certified to go to, I've done that, and I've asked that specific instructor, what is the next step? So I've been guided through a lot of people who have already been through the process, or the instructors that I've had to go through to get the certificates in order to obtain what I'm trying to do. So I don't want to move too fast, but I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to do as far as the steps are concerned. So I'm anticipating by the end of the year, it could be sooner. So this is the step that I was told to take, so I took it.
Okay. I just want to make sure you understand
Yes.
that if approved, I mean, the time would be running from the time that
That's
it was
fine.
approved and not necessarily from the time that you opened.
Right.
Okay.
My
Do we-
instructor is here, so, my
Pardon?
instructor is here, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we have anyone that would like to speak on behalf of this applicant that would speak in favor of this application? Please come forward. Give us your name and address.
Thank you.
Yes, give us your name and address for the record, please, and we're ready to hear from you.
Members of the Chairman Board, Madam Mayor. My name is Larry Smith. Ms. Kia is my wife. I just wanted to speak on her behalf to express my sincerity of her will power to step out to obtain a business of her own, using our first home to do so. I someday would like to be a business owner myself, so it's going to be a lot of things that I will follow from or learn from her in regards to the process. So I just wanted to express my sincerity and my full support in what she's doing. She loves those kids, so I know she'll be great. So I just wanted to mention that to the board and the mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment and your input. Anyone else that would speak in favor of this application, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record.
Greetings, good afternoon, board. I'm Dr. Kiki Singletary-Williams, and as Ms. Kia Davis-Smith mentioned, I'm a state-approved trainer with Right From the Start. I've also helped several people across the state of Georgia open their daycares. I want to just say I'm in support of Ms. Kia because when she is taking every single class that I have presented, her work ethic is stellar. I mean, I've seen hundreds of clients, and just her thought process, she takes it serious no matter what's going on. She shows up. Her assignments are complete. I mean, it's just so much research in them that I haven't really seen in 20 years of being in child care. So just want to say I support her and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Anyone else that would speak in support of this application? If not, I'll then turn it over to anyone that would speak in opposition. Do we have anyone here that would speak in opposition to this application for a special land use permit? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And if you all will come back on Monday, we'll take this item up for a vote. Thank you for being here. We'll move on to item B. Item B is consider a request for revised final plat approval for Gateway Village Subdivision Unit 1 for the purpose of adding 20-foot sanitary sewer easement between lots 1 and 2, revising open space A adjacent to Heritage Trail Court, and adding 15 feet landscape easement to lot 1 for .53 acres in land lot 637, District 1, Section 3, parcels 2 and 73. Application by Sally Jordan, Gaskin Surveying, LLC. Ms. Williams and Ms. Jordan, I believe, are going to be presenting.
Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. As Councilman Adams mentioned, this item is in Gateway Village. The revised plat would change the plan to show a sanitary easement between lots 1 and 2. The open space revision basically shows a curvature of the road. And then we have on lot 1, it's adding landscape easement of 15 feet. And so staff have reviewed this item and we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Any other information or any question or comment that the council or Madam Mayor may have concerning this final plat revision? It appears it's done for the purpose of sewer easements. Any question, any comment? If not, thank you, Ms. Williams. We'll take this up on Monday. Item C, hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from PUD Plan Unit Development District to amend the special stipulations of zoning to amend the density requirements and minimum square footage requirements for 43.5 acres on Riverside Parkway, land lot 162, District 1, Section 5, parcels 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 20, 29, 1 and 2. Application by AHS Residential LLC, care of Julie Sellers, Dillard Sellers LLC. Ms. Williams?
Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. The applicant, AH Residential, is requesting a change in zoning from Plan Unit Development District to amend the special stipulations of zoning, of the Design Concept Development Ordinance with a proposed density of 10 units per acre and minimum unit size of 550 square feet to develop a mixed-use development consisting of 420 multifamily units, 17 residential lofts, office space, and retail. The PUD is to encourage the best possible site plans and building arrangements under a unified plan of development rather than under lot-by-lot regulation. A PUD must contain at least 2 types of land use that are not otherwise allowed together in another zoning district or 2 types of residential density. The property is located within the DCD zoning concept plan for New Manchester, known as Village Center DCD, with a base zoning of CG. A design concept development district is required to include at least 2 types of residential density in order to promote unique situations to land development issues. A DCD is intended to be a relatively large-scale project on a site of 10 or more acres. Any concept plan or original plan approved under the DCD process at the time of the adoption of this UDO shall be considered approved under the PUD process of the UDO. The applicant proposes a development to reactivate the existing retail space, which is currently vacant, preserve additional retail and commercial opportunities, and create additional passive and green spaces. The proposed development has frontage along Riverside Parkway and Market Street. Also, there are 2 ingress and egress points for the entire development. The proposed development will include 1 and 2 bedroom apartments that will be 550 square feet and 810 square feet respectively. The applicant seeks to modify the minimum square footage in the DCD ordinance from 600 square feet to 550 square feet and to increase the maximum density rate in the ordinance from 6 units per acre to 10 units per acre. The multifamily residential and retail uses are authorized under the zoning, and this zoning proposal seeks approval of a change of 2 conditions of the existing DCD zoning regulations. Number 1, minimum unit size, and 2, density. The future land use designation for this area is mixed-use design. The purpose of the mixed-use design concept is to encourage the best possible site plan and building arrangement under a unified plan of development. In the comprehensive plan, DCD is part of the character area. The applicant's proposed density rate of 10 units per acre is less than the recently approved development on Riverside Parkway at 11 units per acre rezoned to PRD. The proposed units per acre density rate is reasonable and a suitable use of the subject property and is consistent with similar zoning districts in the UDO and in the area. Additionally, Avalon Lee Tributary was developed 10 years ago with a density of 11 units per acre. The proposed development satisfies the intent and purpose of the UDO, including a beneficial development and expansion of the city that will improve the aesthetic appearance of the area by providing a high-quality residential community and retail center. The proposed use is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan and mixed-use design. The mixed-use design character area is intended to provide 2 or more land uses, both of which would accomplish with the proposed development. The proposed change in the current special stipulations of the zoning of the subject property will have a positive impact on the local community by providing a quality development and providing the city's first Class 1A development.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Rather long.
You're welcome.
But that's okay. Would the applicant please come forward and give us your presentation? How are you all this evening?
Thank you. I believe we've got a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to utilize, and I think we're working on getting the clicker for me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. For the record, Julie Sellers here on behalf of the applicant AHS Residential. My address is 1776 Peachtree Street. I do have 10 letters of support that I'd like to provide into the record here. I want to just start by just giving a little bit of background. We have had 2 different community meetings, one pre-pandemic, one during pandemic, and had a lot of great community engagement throughout this process. So we were deferred from the Planning Commission to do a little more work, and we were really thrilled to go back to the Planning Commission. Ended up with unanimous support. So I'm going to try to keep my presentation brief to allow some residents that are here that would like to speak in support as well. But going ahead and going into I'll introduce the development team that's with me, and I'll be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that AHS Residential is based in Florida. Juan Fernandez is the representative that has been engaged in this process. Juan is watching live and is in touch with Baxter, my associate. So if there's questions that you all may have that I'm unable to answer, we do have that communication, but with COVID and travel restrictions, we're taking advantage of the technology. And I do have Robert Kelly, who is here with us. He's a representative working with AHS, who has been working on leasing the retail space that's existing and looking forward to the additional retail space that will be constructed as part of this redevelopment. I have Alex Hensley, who is the engineer, with Kimley Horn, who's been working on this, and Eric Brock with Brock Hudgens, who is the architect. Did want to just point out that we are here, as Patrice mentioned, for two kind of zoning related requests. We will be before you in September on the land development plan application, looking at the site layout and the architecture, but certainly happy to answer questions. So jumping into it, I know you have a full agenda. The application is not a rezoning. The apartments are allowed by use. We are here for two discrete requests. One is for the minimum unit being 550 instead of 600 square feet, and clarification for how many units per acre. I have a few visuals just to show you this, as I'm sure most of you are familiar with, the existing building at Tributary Village that will be reactivated, and then just to give you a sense of the high-level finishes and just really creating the community. We all are familiar with the original DCD, and that not all of that has come to fruition as originally envisioned. And so we're excited to be part of seeing some reactivation of that vision with more commercial and really having a high quality development to bring additional residents and to provide a housing opportunity here. Talking about AHS and just giving a little bit of information about the company, I think that it's important. A lot of the developers just do one discrete, they might develop and then they sell the building after it's leased up. So I think AHS has been recognized as a real estate developer of the year, was presented an award by the Florida governor, top commercial real estate developer. Their apartments have been awarded product of the year by the Builders Association of South Florida. And what I think is important to highlight about AHS and why they're a great community partner is that they develop their communities, they do the construction and the building of the communities, and then they manage the communities. So when you really think about somebody coming in to embrace and be part of the Tributary and Douglasville community, that is what AHS will be doing here because of the way they are structured and the investment that they're making. We're actively seeking retail and commercial users, and as part of this process, we received a lot of feedback and understand that having a phase 2 commercial is critical and is really important, and so they have committed to guarantee that they will build that second building, which is a 5,000 square foot building along Riverside Parkway. Going ahead and just looking at, again, this is sort of more of the site layout. You can see along Riverside Parkway, the existing commercial and then the additional commercial building, which is right there on the corner with a great plaza space sort of slated as a park and gathering area. And I've got a couple of other visuals that I'll show you. Again, the desire here is to really complement the high level quality and finishes that exist in Tributary and to bring that throughout the village community. One of the reasons why the AHS is successful and is able to do this is they have really gotten this down to an art, and they make a very efficient use of the space. Patrice touched on the fact that this would be the first Class 1A construction building in the city. This is a concrete building, and that's important. Most apartments are built as wood frame construction, and so this is concrete, but with the concrete comes some constraints. As you'll see on this layout, there are no interior hallways in the unit, so it really does allow for a very efficient use and layout of the home. Again, these are 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms. We don't have any 3 bedrooms in this community. And I'll go ahead and show a few other photographs that give the sense of the space, because I know thinking about reducing that by 50 square feet, while it's not a lot, some of us have a hard time visualizing. I know I do. I need to look and see how it feels. But these are some photographs to show the layout and how these units can be utilized. Going to the second part of the request, which is the density. The density that is being requested is consistent with what has been constructed in the community. It's actually a little bit lower. We're asking for 10 units an acre. And in the DCD regulations, we've gone back and forth. The way it's laid out is very confusing and quite frankly doesn't make a lot of sense. The way it talks about net acreage and gross acreage, and so we're here before council to be upfront about this is the number of units and this is how we're calculating the density and asking for your support on that at the 10 units. I did want to make sure some of you might remember I was here before you about a year ago for Alliance Residential, for an apartment community. That is not moving forward. So I think it's important, and we clarified this with the community. This is 420 units. 300 of those units were already approved for the same area of dirt, if that makes sense. So we're adding 120 units, but I wanted to be clear that there aren't going to be 300 units and then an additional 420 units. Again, 1 and 2 bedroom units, low school impact. We've done some studies and have some information if there's questions about that. And again, touching on the Class 1A concrete construction, just the quality that is being provided by a concrete building. If you think about the lack of sound spreading because of the concrete, these buildings will have elevators. Most apartments that are wood framed, they're 3 or 4 stories and it's all walk up. It's a different feel and it's a different way of living. And here where you've got the elevators, it does just kind of elevate the experience, if you will. The finishes are all very high end and these are market rate apartments. This is just, again, not necessarily part of the application before you tonight, but I do think that it's important because we started with one design, had community feedback, and have switched designs to really look at a mixture of materials. This has a couple of different colors of brick and really complementing, again, the aesthetics, the high quality of the community that you see for Tributary as a whole. This is another just showing sort of the vision of really creating this sense of place to create gathering area, more park space, and then again, the additional commercial space. Again, this just sort of gives you the vantage to see how the buildings would fit in with the existing commercial to achieve the village center that is a vibrant, thriving place for people to congregate, to enjoy, and to live. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to leave the rest of the time, if I have any, for the folks that are here to speak in support, and we're also happy to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Any questions that the council or Madam Mayor may have of the applicant at this time?
I will wait until after any other speakers come forward.
Then at this time, we will ask if there are others that would come in support of the application. Please come forward. We'd love to hear from you. Anyone here to speak in support of the application? Please come forward. If you would give us your name and address for the record, please.
Whitney Kenner Jones, 3211 Ann Coates Street, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135.
I just wanted to come and speak on behalf of the applicant. As she mentioned, they did have several meetings with the community members. I think that their packet and presentation that they're putting together, what they're bringing to the neighborhood, is spot on for what we're looking for. A lot of the members of the community are interested in having more retail and more commercials. Obviously, to do that, we're going to need more rooftops, and so I'm excited that they're adding the additional 120 units. As she mentioned, I think the loss of the 50 square feet is negligible. I have lived in several luxury apartments. Their design is spot on for what young professionals are looking for. When we came before you all to be in opposition of the last proposal for the warehouses, their design is spot on for what we were looking for and why we wanted to hold off and not lose that property and additional space to warehouses. It speaks directly to having young professionals move in from the Atlanta market who don't want to live in the dense population of downtown Atlanta, but still be able to have the benefit and all of the amenities of city living, but still being able to enjoy small town. It promotes investment in your community. You get used to living here. You learn your neighbors. You know who lives next door to you. What you want to do, you get involved in the community, and that's how you build lifelong residents. So I think this is spot on for what we were looking for. And so I just really hope that you vote in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone else?
Hello, my name's Alicia Higgins. Just to add to what Whitney was saying, I'm at 1709 Bankwell Close Way, Lithia Springs 30122. I'm a resident of Tributary. I've been a resident of Douglas County since 2003, upon me graduating from high school in DeKalb County. Most of those years have been a resident on Riverside Parkway, starting out at Avonlea. So to understand the quality of Avonlea and to see this development come into the area, I also agree that it will be a great asset to our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Others? Anyone else that would speak in support of this application, please come forward. How are you, sir?
Hey. Conrad Kiffin, 3214 Ancoat Street, Douglasville, Georgia 30135. I'm fairly new to Douglasville. You guys have probably seen me before. I moved into Douglasville in November of 2019 into the Tributary neighborhood, and I've been coming to these meetings since December. So I'm somebody that really cares about what's happening in the area. I've spoken out against the factories and the distribution centers and everything else, and this one struck my fancy as this is something that we want. So there were people that showed up in droves against the distribution centers, against the factories, against all the trucks and what they do to the roads. And this is not that. And strangely enough, all those people aren't here. So this must be something that people want by abstraction. Coming from New York originally, commercial, professional product photographer, this is something that I see as an experience for growth in the area that we don't typically have in my short experience of being here. We have all sorts of diversity in this area. We have age diversity, we have race diversity, we have generations happening here. And this would bring another element to that diversity. Young urban professionals who haven't bought their first home yet. Maybe they'll buy something in the area, but this is a great way to keep somebody in their 20s or 30s in the area. I think it's hugely important to make this happen. So I ask that you vote in favor of the application.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else that would speak in support of the application? Is there anyone else? Please come forward. Otherwise, we're going to move forward. Okay. Is there anyone here that would speak in opposition to this application? If there is, please come forward and give us your comments. Anyone that would speak in opposition? Okay. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, and I will ask one more time, are there any comments or questions of the applicant from council or from Madam Mayor? I believe
Yes.
Councilman Estes had some comments.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the community members who came out to speak tonight. First of all, I want to thank AHS and Mr. Brock and Ms. Sellers for their willingness to work with the community. They have been involved with the greater community for months now over this project. They have been very responsive to the requests and desires, which you can see not just from the design changes, but from various other changes, and that they have been a model of how this process should move. So I thank you for that. But that leads me to one other request. And Ms. Sellers, you and I had spoken briefly before the meeting, where my one hesitation with this project is the assurance of the future construction of the additional retail commercial building. And before I will wholeheartedly support this, I need to have concrete assurance that that is going to be a part of this before we vote to approve this. So I was speaking very briefly with Ms. Littlefield before the mayor called me back before committee meetings. And she has advised me that now is the time to incorporate that into this process. So I would just, I am in full support of this project, but between now and Monday, let's work with you and Ms. Littlefield to make sure that this gets incorporated into the language of what we can then vote on Monday.
Absolutely, and we're happy to do that, willing to do that. I think not knowing if this was the appropriate time or with the land development plan application, but I'm happy to work with Ms. Littlefield and with you, and we'll have, whether it's a condition or a particular agreement, but we'll have that in place certainly by Monday.
Wonderful. If we can get that taken care of, we are good to go.
Thank you.
And again, thank you all very much.
Ms. Littlefield, do you see any problem with that between now and Monday?
I don't see a problem with that. I will be away from the office tomorrow. I think a simple stipulation can be added that they'll build that 5,000 square foot commercial building and have it CO'd or temporarily CO'd before they begin construction on the apartments is adequate.
Ms. Sellers, did you look like you may want to ask a question?
The timing of it is something that we've discussed, so I think with what Ms. Littlefield was suggesting with constructing it before construction of the apartments would be problematic, but we'll work on.
And previously, we talked about maybe after the second or third building, somewhere
Right.
in that time frame, but whatever we can all agree on.
Sure, and I do agree with Ms. Littlefield. I think it can be a condition that's part of an approval, but we'll make sure that we've got the timing piece of it locked down.
Great.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And just for the council, since you all haven't been part of those discussions, the concern was wanting to really reactivate the existing commercial and get that thriving. You don't want to build a new building to compete with dark building across the street. So, but it will be part of this construction process. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Councilman Estes. Any others? Okay. Seeing no other comment, then we will move on and we will take this up on Monday for a vote. We appreciate you all coming in. Item D, hold a public hearing and consider a request for variances. One, from the minimum floor area requirements of Section 3.07 of the Unified Development Code for residential development district to reduce the required one-bedroom unit size from 750 square feet to 650 square feet for a variance of 100 square feet, and B, reduce the required two-bedroom unit size of 1,050 square feet to 850 square feet for a variance of 200 square feet, and to reduce the required front setback of 50 feet in Section 3.07 of the Unified Development Ordinance by 25 feet for a remaining requirement of 25 feet on the east side of a lot of 6.29 acres on Stewart Parkway, land lot 130, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 90, application by National Church Residences, LLC. Ms. Williams is going to help us with that. Thank you.
Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. This item actually goes with item 20-309, but we've got to take this one first. Variances from zoning are normally granted in the case of development or hardships. The subject property on its southern border is impacted by the existence of streams, stream buffers, and wetlands, thereby affecting the applicant's ability to develop the property under normal guidelines, thus resulting in the need for a variation from the zoning requirements. The applicant is seeking funding from both federal and state agencies whose regulations govern the unit size of the proposed senior housing development. As a result, the applicant needs relief from the minimum unit size requirements imposed by the PRD zoning district in order to receive the government funding.
So that's the reason that we're hearing this first. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Is there someone here that would represent National Church Residences that would like to come forward and present their application, please? Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mayor Robinson, members of the council, it's a pleasure to see you tonight. We're seeking these two variances. One is a setback variance and one is a variance to the size of the units. The setback variance is occasioned by the need to try and make this a more urban design in terms of pulling the building up to the street, and was actually suggested by some of you and some of staff as something that would be appropriate to do here. But since you have that 50-foot setback, that would require a variance in order for us to do that. We're trying to make it more of a pedestrian feel, given we feel our proximities to other uses that these folks might walk to. So that's the first one. The second one has to do with the size of the unit. We are requesting that for our one-bedroom units, we be 650 square feet down from 750, and on our two-bedroom units, we're requesting 1,050 down to 850. And the reason for that is occasioned by the HUD and DCA requirements. They don't like the larger units, and as a consequence, we find ourselves in a position where we're looking at normal multifamily requirements all the time versus what is a senior affordable product for DCA or HUD. Every 100 square feet adds 14,000 square feet approximately per unit. So if you start increasing those minimums beyond what we are requesting, you're really cutting into the ability to provide the kind of affordable program that we are providing. So that's an explanation of the variances. I do have with me folks from National Church Residences, as well as some other folks who have supported this project and would like to address you if you would like for them to come forward at this time.
Sure, no problem. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and let us know your connection to the project if you could, in identifying yourself so that we'll know who to place with whom.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Dennis Richards. I'm the Senior Director of Housing Development for National Church Residences. Address is 260 Peachtree Street, Suite 1203, Atlanta, Georgia. Madam Mayor, City Council, it's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for your time. Very happy to propose to you our Sweetwater Point Senior Housing Community to be located at Douglas Boulevard, Stewart Parkway. We wanted to take a moment just to make a brief introduction to National Church Residences and also give you a better understanding of why we might want to serve our mission here in your city. National Church Residences has been around for nearly 60 years. We're a faith-based, not-for-profit organization with the mission to serve seniors. We currently operate about 340 communities. We're in 25 states and Puerto Rico, and we're the nation's largest provider, not-for-profit provider of affordable senior housing. We do more than affordable senior housing. We serve about 42,000 seniors on a daily basis, and we do that through an array of housing and healthcare services. So our other products include market rate independent living, communities, assisted living, continuum care retirement communities, home and community-based services, hospice care, adult daycare, and we also operate permanent supportive housing for the homeless. We do think our senior affordable housing model is a bit different in that we actually employ the most service coordinators in the country, and we utilize those service coordinators in our communities to provide holistic assessments of each senior resident on an ongoing basis.
Those assessments not only identify the clinical needs of each of our residents, but also their social determinants of health. So we're interested in things such as, do they self-isolate? Do they have food insecurity? Do they require spiritual care? Do they have transportation needs and things of that nature? Ultimately, our aim is to connect them with wraparound services so that they stay at home longer and they don't enter into high-cost care settings, such as the ER and skilled nursing facilities that stress the healthcare system. From a regional perspective, we've been doing business here in Georgia for 20 years, a little over. We currently own and operate 8 senior housing communities in the Atlanta area. We currently have 2 under construction. One is on the west side of Atlanta near Westlake MARTA, 124 units, and 70 units in Pembroke, Georgia. You know, the region itself is one that is, as you're aware, rapidly growing. 1 in 6 residents in Georgia are 62 years of age and older, and we recognize that this cohort continues to grow. Over the next 10 years, we expect about 10,000 baby boomers to turn 65 years of age every single day, and about 15% of those folks will be at or below the poverty line. The region itself is in an affordable housing crisis. The senior population is rapidly rising, housing costs are rapidly rising, and many of our seniors are on fixed incomes and struggling to pay for their housing, or they're in a single-family home struggling to keep up with the cost of their home ownership. And we want to be here and be a solution for that. We want to serve the residents in this community, and we want to be a forever partner in this community to help you all address any senior housing and senior services needs you have in this community. We were attracted to Douglasville, obviously because of its charm and community amenities, but we recognize there's a lot of pent-up demand here. Our market analysis indicated that there are about 2,700 seniors currently living in this market, eligible to live in this proposed development. And we want to serve the residents here. We want folks to be able to move into our community and live in a place where they grew up, go to, maintain their attendance at their same church, be close to their friends and families. So we're proposing today this 3-story elevated mid-rise building. It'll be a 96 residential unit building with an array of amenities that we'll discuss. We will employ a full-time service coordinator, and we'll be residents ages 55 and older will be able to stay with us, earning a income up to 70% of area median income. We'd serve as the developer, the owner, and the management agent. The site is located at Stewart Parkway and Douglas Boulevard. It's currently a vacant wooded parcel. It's directly across from the Douglas Park and Ride, and the site does not have any single-family homes abutting it. It's within about a half-mile walking distance to numerous neighborhood amenities such as banking, postal service, retail, pharmacy, and other specialty care practices. And current, at the intersection, both of the roadways are properly engineered for the density that we're proposing today. We are ready to proceed with this project. We expect that we could be breaking ground by August of 2021 or before. It is noteworthy that we did receive a $2.5 million award from the Department of HUD, which was very competitive. They hadn't given those awards out for about 8 years, and we were one of 2 developers in the state of Georgia to receive one for this particular community. In addition to that, we did receive priority bond allocation through the Department of DCA to move this project forward. With that, we expect for the Douglas County Housing Authority to issue bonds, and we expect to partner with a private bank for our construction and permanent financing. To that end, I'll ask Kathy if she could.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm Jenny Helms. I'm president of Leading Age Georgia. We're the association for the not-for-profits that provide housing and services to older adults. So we do the continuum of care from independent housing to adult day, assisted living, nursing home, hospice. And we feel like one of the biggest challenges for older adults is affordable housing.
We think that only 1 in 3 older adults who need affordable housing have access to it because there's such a shortage. So we are absolutely thrilled that this development is proposed. We think that it will be great for Douglasville, for the people who live here, who need the housing, so that they can stay in their community. We're excited that there are services nearby, such as the banks and the pharmacies. We personally think that the density is not very high because a lot of our housing for seniors is mid to high rise with much higher densities, and we think that the unit sizes are pretty normal for housing for seniors. And we think that it's a great thing. We're very supportive of it and hope that you will be too. And we want you to know that these types of senior developments make great neighbors. And the fact that this community is being developed by National Church Residences is great. They are a not-for-profit, so like so many of other developments for seniors, particularly like you're hearing in the paper, like assisted living that are for-profits, they don't quite have that same commitment. This is a mission, as are most of our members. Most of our members are faith-based. We think that National Church Residents will do a great job, and you'll be glad to have them as part of Douglasville. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone else that would come forward?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jay Grimmett. I'm a longtime resident of Douglas County. My wife and I have been here for 40 years. We were brought here by John Stewart, for whom Stewart Middle School is named. We were recruited and brought here. And we've worked in the education system here until our retirement 12 years ago. This project that we have been presented here is one brought interest to me because as a retired educator, I think about other retired educators. And this seems to be one of those projects that would serve my former colleagues well. First of all, it doesn't burst the budget. And those of us who know about teacher salaries know that the budget is a big item. This particular location, I was heard mentioned about the access. I travel that road all the time. It's not far from my home. There's transportation there. There's access to grocery stores. There's access to drug stores. As you know, as seniors, we will need. There's the banking that's there. So the project, I think, the location would be ideal. A couple of years ago, I had an opportunity to visit another one of the National Church Residences residents, and as I walked up on the property, first of all, the landscape was well done. Secondly, when I went in, clean as a whistle, and spacious. The feeling I got at that time was the gold standard for me. I think my mom could live here. And that's what this kind of project would bring to this community, and I hope you support it.
Thank you, sir. I'm assuming that we may have gotten into those that are in support of this application, whether by accident or on purpose, but nonetheless, that's what my next plan was to do. So with that, if there's anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of the application in support of it, please come forward. This is a public hearing, and there are times allotted for you to speak. Anyone else? Seeing none, is there anyone here? I'm sorry, I've just had the hand shown to me.
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that we do have one person on the line in support. We have Mr. Homer Danley, so I would just ask if he unmutes his phone, states his first and last name, and proceed with his comments.
Go ahead, Mr. Danley.
Hello, how are y'all doing this evening?
We have
feedback.
Danley, hold for just a moment.
How about now?
It's a little better, Mr. Danley.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
If you can hear me, my name is Homer Danley, and I'm a longtime resident of the community. And what I would like to, I guess what Mr. Brennan just said is all I need to say. I'm a retired educator myself, and as I think about aging in a place to live, I didn't see any places in Douglasville that I would feel
comfortable living, moving from my home to a home where there were other seniors. But as I looked at the landscape and the projections that from the National Church, that I think it would be something that I would be very interested in. I had an opportunity to sell a property over in Lithia Springs about a month ago, and when I sold it, the people told me that they were going to allow the senior that was there to maintain and to continue to live there. However, as soon as we closed the next month, they sent her a notice that she had to move out. After the pandemic saved her for about 3 months, but as soon as it was over and the courts opened back up, she was asked to leave, and she's now living in a hotel in Lithia Springs with no place to go that is affordable for her. So I fully support this project. I think it's something long overdue, and having knowledge of other projects in the area, I think that we definitely need one here in Douglasville. So I give it 100% of my support.
Thank you, Mr. Danley. Okay, is there anyone else here that would be wanting to speak in support of the application? Please come forward. We had not seen anyone else, and Ms. Jackson, I'm assuming that was the last one as far as phone. Okay. Now we'll turn our attention to those that may be here to speak in opposition to the application. If there are those, please come forward. Seeing none, then we will close this particular public hearing, and we will take this item up on Monday concerning variances.
I have some questions, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. I didn't leave you out on purpose. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Richards or Ms. Seegert to answer. This is a tax credit housing project, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we, for the council, we do have two or three other applicants now for tax credit housing for seniors. The two on Doralee, and then the one on the north side. And the other thing that I think was mentioned that you said was 70% of the income for, so it's not affordable, it's low income?
So we'll have a wide band of affordability.
Mm-hmm.
So income's up to 70% of area median income.
Okay. The $2.5 million from HUD that you received, was that, and you said there were only 2 in the state?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it was for this particular community, for Douglasville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wasn't that premature, or you just, that's how you do it, that's the process?
Well, we put the site under option, and HUD was aware of that, and we did quite a bit of due diligence as far as environmental and survey work on it, and HUD was comfortable with that.
Okay, and a couple other things, I think, so you yield for per acre, with the density size going down from 750 to 650 square feet, you would yield 97 units, is that correct? Or 3 floors with 97 units?
We're at 96.
96. And I think that's it. Oh, you are located not very far from Thunder Zone. Are you aware of that? With that, it's like a family bowling alley, that type of facility. And so I have the hours here where they operate. They're open till 2 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know if you would have, if that would be a problem, problematic for seniors. Just on the weekends, Thursday, and the other days, Monday through Thursday is midnight, but on weekends it's 10 to 2 a.m. So that, and then the other last thing I was going to ask was 55 and older. And so that's kind of, I'm 55-ish. That's kind of young, so you can't,
Well,
can you change it to like 65? I think
I'll,
you don't retire really until Social Security, 62, 65, or 63, around that age. So 55 is kind of young still.
I'll clarify for that. So the 55 and older comes from Georgia DCA as part of the low-income housing tax credit program.
Mm-hmm.
So when we put our application in, it's technically called housing for older persons.
Mm-hmm.
Now we will have a layer of with the HUD financing where a small subset of those units will be 62 and older, 16 of those units.
Okay, and the units are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? Do you have young people staying overnight? If you have seniors, can they have their grandchildren stay? And it end up being, if you're 55, you still have kids maybe that you just dropped off at college or something?
No, ma'am. So obviously, yes, their grandkids could stay tonight. We'll have 1 and 2 bedrooms, but you know it'll only be for 55 and older. I would tell you that our average tenancy is probably in the early 70s in our communities, and we attract those folks that are really needing those more wraparound services.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all
Madam
I have.
Mayor, any other questions or comments of council? I'm sorry I did not ask that.
Yes, Chairman,
Yes,
I
Ms.
have
Daniels.
questions.
Hmm?
So the combination of your funding is through HUD, also the Department of Community Affairs, is that correct? So your lease is for how long? Is it a 30 year, or is it 30 years?
Our compliance
Yes.
period or our loan term. So we'll have a 15-year low-income housing tax credit compliance period, and then we generally will extend that another 15 years with DCA.
So with the properties that you have in Atlanta, and I'm just using Atlanta as an example because it's here in the Metro Atlanta, what is your longest compliance? Have your 15 years and then you renew after 15? Do you continue to be the owner for that period of time, or do you sell it?
Yes, ma'am. That's certainly our business model. We do not sell our senior housing communities. That's how we've kind of amassed our portfolio size over the years. So our model is typically we will position a property for 15 years, and then when they come out of their tax credit compliance period, we do a substantial rehab, and we call it re-syndicate. We go through another round of tax credits and recapitalize the property.
All right, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. I do have a question. I just have to gather my thoughts now back because I want to make sure that we clarified something. You had mentioned that you had applied and had been approved, and only one of 2 developers that were approved in the state of Georgia for this $2.5 million. You were not the only one that was given the funds. There was another developer somewhere else that was given funds also, correct?
Yes, sir. And and nationally, they had a number of awards. I think it was, it was roughly 10 to 15 awards. They had $50 million, and they spread it around the state by region.
Sure.
And 2 of them were in the state of Georgia.
But you are the developer on only one of those, is that correct?
We got 1 in Georgia, and then we have our developers in Ohio got 1 for Ohio.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, Madam Mayor,
Okay,
that was clarified. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for coming. I see you have the easel. Do you have some remnants?
Yes, sir.
Put them up.
Yes.
Excellent.
Point of order, Mr.
Okay.
Davis. We'll get to that when we get to the next public
So
hearing.
I'm
This was
right.
just
So
concerning
I'm
variance.
ahead of the game. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
I'm
This is
sorry-
a
I'm so-
multi-tiered public hearing in this
Okay,
particular
I'm so
situation.
excited because when Shirley Franklin came to town and brought all those senior housing, and I have to go down and do entertainment with those seniors.
I understand.
And I tell you, Auburn Point, Veranda Point, Auburn Avenue, those senior housing, those seniors, they are just so happy. And they look like they hired Regency. They asked me to come in, I told them I can't stay. But thank you all, and I'm ahead of the game.
Thank you.
You're not a senior.
Mr. Davis, we know how old you are.
Yeah,
so
I'm
you
gonna say, Mr.
could go
Davis,
out.
you're not a senior.
Okay, is there
Get one if I needed to.
any other questions concerning the public hearing concerning the variances? Seeing none, then we will close the public hearing and we will take this item up on Monday. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item E, and this is concerning the same property. So my only request here is that we streamline the process because we've already asked and answered a number of the questions concerning the development as a part of the variance public hearing, okay? So let's go to item E, hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from general commercial district to PRD Planned Residential Development District for 6.312 acres on Stewart Mill Parkway, land lot 130, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 90. Application by National Church Residences, care of Catherine Zickert. And Ms. Williams is going to be giving us information on this item.
All right,
Go ahead, Ms.
Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. In the essence of time, I'm going to go ahead and defer to the applicant.
Thank you. If the applicant would come forward, give us information, new information concerning now this public hearing and the request for change in zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Robinson, I don't think 65-ish is that old either. Let's make that perfectly clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to briefly mention that this project is consistent with some of your earlier approvals, as the mayor already noted. I found one, the Reserve at Douglasville, which is a 288-unit project, and I think it's a housing authority project, but you all had to approve the bonds or the interest issue with regard to the bonds, and that was earlier this year. And then there was a recent one with the Searles Foundation. And the reason I bring them up is that to the extent density is a problem, although I don't believe it should be, we are right smack in the middle of the average. We are the average of those two densities of those programs. So this is not something that is an anomaly for you to consider or approve. The only other thing I want to discuss with you is that we have agreed to 2 additional conditions of zoning. I don't know whether Patrice was able to get those to you in advance. Okay. Let me read these to you so you're aware of it, and then certainly before Monday I'll get you copies. The first one is an architectural change and basically reads that the development shall have a flat roof subject to approval of Georgia DCA and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The developer shall use best efforts to secure DCA and HUD approval. If DCA or HUD does not approve, however, then the applicant may use the roof design reflected in the elevations on file with the city. Again, from a design and aesthetic standpoint, it's been suggested that we need a more urban feel to this project, and that a flat roof is considerably more urban than the peaked dormers are. So we are happy to acquiesce to that, but because it does require a waiver from DCA and possibly HUD, we want to make sure that that doesn't stop the project if we can't get it. But we will use our best efforts to make sure that that gets approved, and have every reason to think that it could be, because we've done them on other projects. The second one that I have is, if the city requests it, the developer shall dedicate to the city the 2.0 acres southernmost portion of the tract. It's my understanding that Ward 1 doesn't have any park space. And this is an area which is environmentally sensitive. There's creeks running through it. Topo's a little bit rough, but it might make a really nice area for a hiking kind of trail situation, and we are perfectly willing to give that property to you. If we can't give it to you, we'll probably end up giving it to someone like Friends of Sweetwater Park or some other environmental group. But if the city wants it, we're happy for you to have it, and it might help Ward 1 a little bit. So that's all I'd say at this time. And now you'll get your answers to your architectural questions from Alan Collins.
While he's preparing that, I have a question just of staff. The applicant has just requested, or has just made mention of some additional zoning conditions that staff did not have, that therefore could not provide us before this meeting. Where did those conditions come from? You said you have acquiesced to some additional zoning conditions.
That would have been me, Councilman. We had a discussion over the design proposal. So, and I had made some design. I brought some design issues for the applicant to consider. And
we're certainly willing to do what was suggested. We think it'll make for a better project. I did get them over to Patrice, but it was later in the day, so I'm assuming she just didn't physically have time. If you want copies of them now, I made them for you, and I'll be happy to distribute those.
Not necessary at this time. Just wanted to clarify what was going on, because I'm totally in the dark there. Thank you.
It was the last. My apologies to the chair.
We'll talk about it. Thank you.
Where's the woodshed around here?
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Alan Collins with the architectural firm Foley Design Architects, located at 950 Lowry Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia. One of National Church Residence's missions statements, Dennis kind of touched on it earlier, to be within the community and connected and partnered to the community. Architecturally, we want to respond to that with the actual structure, the project itself. We do this by examining the broader context of the community. Community for National Church Residences is very important. So obviously we want to reflect that and be part of that property to reflect that. We found, as you might guess, and looking around with the neighbors, the single-family homes are relatively modest brick ranches with lap siding, some with stones. Nearby, we found multifamily apartments, 2 to 3 stories, nestled among commercial and retail business in that pocket.
Responding to this challenge as we move from general commercial to planned residential development with the 96 units, 3 stories of a structure, 100 surface parking spaces. This is a challenge to fit within the scale and the context. And as Dennis had mentioned, and Patrice, there is a lot of commercial within close proximity. The strategy was to connect the building and its site to the community by bringing it closer to the street, as Kathy had mentioned, making it a path system accessible to these businesses and community. This also hides the parking from the street while creating interior courtyards. If you can see that from the site plan, that's I think a very good amenity and feature for the property itself. Additionally, we utilize similar residential materials of the neighboring single-family homes, the multifamily homes as well, trying to use color to help break down the scale and give interest to the building facade. Knowing that it's a large-scale project, how do we make that more residential in nature? And in terms of the elevations, you began to see that. I know they're kind of further away. I'm hoping that you've got more excerpts from that. But we believe that by utilizing some of these same materials, the brick, the stone, definitely the lap siding, and because of the site on the west and northwest and southwest, there's, as Dennis had already mentioned, it's an undeveloped site. There's a lot of trees, and we want to maintain as much as we can. We know that's important. It's always been important to National Church Residences property, working within the context of the site. And as Kathy already mentioned, south of the site, it's a very heavily wooded area, natural streams. There's about 28 feet of drop across the site towards that stream bed. So by fitting in this structure, this property, onto the property, the building facade is predominantly brick and lap siding with those stone accents. The colors shown are warm earth tones, again, to fit within as much as we can within the confines of the tree save area. We're utilizing brown brick instead of red, stone with warm buff tones, complemented with a caramel-filled accents and blue slate board and batten accents at key architectural locations. Some of that's, well, those are shown in terms of the elevations, and I can highlight that in a minute. The roof structure, as Kathy had already mentioned, in terms of where we are now, is fully pitched roof with deep overhangs. Part of that strategy, again, was to create those long, deep shadows, giving relief to the scale of the property. We also looked at secondary roof accents. They are at the first floor as shed roofs to windows. And speaking of windows, we were also looking at the surrounding neighborhoods, trying to reflect some of those architectural detailing, the double hungs, the pairs of double hungs we have currently placed at the bedrooms, the triple sets of windows are at the living rooms. Natural light in these bedrooms, even though they may be small under some of your terms, natural light bringing into is very important, and is for the mindset as well. So that's a very key, important design for us in terms of that amount of natural light. Moving to the renderings from the elevations, the bottom two renderings or 3D views is really what the building would look like from the intersection of Douglas Boulevard and Stewart Parkway. I think item number 1 on your left is what's facing Stewart Parkway, and the 3D view on the right at the bottom is what's facing Douglasville. Those kind of mate up, if you will, looking at that corner. That would be the view from the intersection of Douglas and Stewart. The top two views are really just enlarged elevations or 3D views of those enlarged, to be able to show clearer the materials, the color, the various textures. All of this is really in an effort to break down the scale, especially along Stewart, give interest, reflect what's common in the area, and we feel like this is a good start in that direction. I know that there's some discussions about making it more urban, and I know we can, architecturally, we're always up for the challenge and making sure that we can achieve that. In conclusion, we feel that the design reflects not only a quality product, but it reflects the quality client, and I know that they will make a great addition to the community. So with that being said, I turn it over to
the next speaker that would like to speak. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyone else here that would speak? Of course, it's being a public hearing. This is the applicant, and I'm sorry, I'm getting my public hearings confused now because we're talking about the same property so many times. Is that basically the presentation by the applicant? And I cannot see.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll open the floor see if there are questions or comments that the council may have of the applicant, and then we'll hear from those that may be either in support or opposition to the plan. Anyone have any comments? Madam Mayor, council members? If so, go ahead, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick, I noted about the rendering the other day, you might want to include the actual streets in the rendering where you indicate the corners of Stewart, Mill, and Douglas Boulevard. You actually have, it looks like a green space there.
Actually, the street is here on Stewart and on the on Douglasville. This side is further out, so it's outboard.
But I think you might be showing it relative to the previous, to the 50-foot setback rather than the 25 25-foot setback. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I do like the corner. I mean, I like what you've done on the corner. That's interesting. That gridded thing sort of gives the impression of a window wall there, or that makes that adds to that urban feel. But again, come back. It'd be nice to introduce that even into more of the facade if you can. I mean, it's just like I say, it's a nice scaling element in there.
Right, I appreciate that. As a visual cue, it's also introduced at key entry points to the facility, and we would be doing obviously that on the inbound side of the main.
Okay.
Any other comment or question of the applicant by the council or Madam Mayor? Okay. Would you mind taking your renderings and set them down so that anyone that comes to speak, we could see them, please? Thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on behalf of this application in support? Please come forward. Seeing none, is there anyone here that would be speaking in opposition to this particular application? Please come forward. Okay. We do not seem to have any other comment on this item, so we will take it up on Monday for a vote, and we thank you all for coming in. Look forward to seeing you then. We'll go on to item F, and this, I'm sorry?
It's the same thing?
Yes. Consider a request for final plat approval for Sweetwater Point Residential Development for the purpose of subdividing into 2 tracts for 6.312 acres on Stewart Mill Parkway, landlot 130, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 90. Application by Aubrey Aiken, Technical Survey Services Incorporated. Ms. Williams?
All right, Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. It was mentioned earlier regarding the second condition that they would donate green space to us potentially. Well, what this item does, it splits the parcel in 2. It breaks off that green space or that unbuildable portion there. And so that would not work well for the application process, and so they're asking to divide that parcel.
Okay. So we have an applicant, and I'm just going to ask this question because I'm confused. We have an application for a change in zoning that we've just discussed, placing 96 units on 6.3 acres.
4 point.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
But this applicant, it appears then that item F is that 6, and the map that I'm looking at shows 4.312 acres, with 2 acres being, hopefully, someone having discussed with the city, giving the city 2 acres. So what is our actual property that we're developing this, that we're asked to do a final plat on, as to how many units are going to have on it? Because if this is a part of the overall, then I'm confused.
So you're asking how many acres are we left with as far
Well,
as?
it appears that that there are 4.312 acres rather than 6.312 in the application for consideration of a rezoning, which does change rather drastically the yield of how many units per acre. And I realize that all of these are being done in conjunction with one another, and I understand the reason for it. But I wanted to ask that question.
We had the units per acre as 15.2. Right.
15.2 units per acre.
0.2 units.
Come up to the microphone, Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well with the mask.
When we did our analysis, we had to include the whole entire 6 acres during the analysis process, because at the time it is still 6 point some acres because it hasn't been subdivided yet. But if you subtract the 2 acres, it's actually 24 units per acre.
Yes.
But because it's still only it's still at 6 acres, I couldn't do the analysis based on 4 acres.
I understand. I totally understand the reasoning there.
Yes,
But
sir.
my point is that we are considering doing a development and changing a zoning that will be a net of 20-plus units per acre.
Yes, sir,
Once
that's correct.
everything is completed.
Yes, sir,
Okay?
that's correct.
So, and I appreciate you explaining that, but I want to make sure that everyone understands. Is this not the same 2 acres that we have already been approached, the city have been approached about being given over to the city? Okay, can you bring us up to date on that, please?
So Ms. Zigart, she did approach Ms. Littlefield, I think, a few months ago, and I did speak to you about the area, and we had a conversation with Mr. Mettler as well, and so we determined that we do not want that space at this time.
Okay, so that it appears then that they obviously, as the applicant, don't want it for some reason, whatever that might be, and we as the city don't really want to receive it, or maybe we do. I mean, it's just up for
Well, and
consideration.
that was just staff. That was just staff, because from
Yeah.
our perspective, it's not buildable. So
Right.
we can't really do anything with it, and it wasn't a part of our 20-year park plan
Yes, ma'am.
either.
But
So-
it could be used for
Green
some sort of
space.
natural
Yeah,
park
for
if
someone
we
else.
were the owner.
Yeah, for
Okay.
someone else.
I just want to make sure that I understand all of the ins and outs of this particular application. And I'm just seeing that we have some changes that we need to consider when we look at the rezoning, that we are actually going to be including a much more dense piece of property as far as units per acre than we normally would do. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. That's all.
And it isn't consistent, Mr. Chairman, with the rendering and the item F.
That's correct.
Because F says 6.32 and the rendering says 4.32.
That's correct. So I'll open the floor for comments or questions of council, or Madam Mayor may have some of Ms. Williams. Whomever. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to remind the chair and the council once again that Ward 1 still does not have a city park.
And I totally agree. I'm not against that. Don't get me wrong.
And I do like the opportunity that we have to actually get an open space in the first ward, and this certainly gives us that opportunity.
Point taken. Yes, sir.
So, and the fact that it's not developable, makes it a plus, because it is in more of a natural state, and opening it up as a passive park, I think, would be a good option for the city. Again, that would cost us minimal amount of money. Gives green space that's relatively conveniently located and very accessible. It's not deep in the woods or anything like that. It's right on a major street that people can get to, and there are people who do live in the area. So,
point well taken. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just
Capt.
real quick, and I'd like to echo what Vice Chair said, but I just was curious, what is the most dense developed piece of property we've got in the city limits? That's a lot of density right there. 24 is what I heard per acre. So I was just curious, do we have anything else that's been developed with that type of density?
I would say the most recent one was Durley, the PJ Hornick. They presented at our last round of meetings, and they were right at 16 units per acre.
16. So, and we're talking 24 if you take the 2 acres out.
Yes, that's correct. Folks are going to have to speak up because with the rain, it's going to be more difficult to be heard. Any other comment or question concerning this? Now,
I did have, Mr.
yes,
Chairman.
Madam Mayor, go ahead.
Is there any way that we could reduce that yield per acre from applicants?
Are you asking me if we could build less than 96 units? No, that's the critical mass.
All right, thank you.
Others?
Something to be said, I think one way you can look at this, though, is I understand Mr. Watt's concern about the density being at 22, I actually got 22 but units per acre on my calculation, 22 or 24, whichever, is that, yeah, I think if you have to look a little bit more holistically, if you're just considering the property itself, that is, but the fact that if we're guaranteed the green space, then you're looking at a density spread out over those two lots rather than just simply all of it on one. I mean, if you look at that calculation, you could probably find an apartment building somewhere in our town that, where if you just look at the footprint that it sits on, would give you a similar calculation. But you always have to take into account the space around it too. So in this case, if we end up with a green space next to it, that presumably would be in perpetuity, that you would never see any development on that site adjacent to it. So that would hopefully ameliorate the density issue. So
I see your point, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, in that if we, the city, were the owner of that property, yes, that could be considered. But if you are looking at what it may do to set a precedent for other properties which we may not be in control of, then it could present a problem in density.
Correct.
That's the reason I asked the question, because the 2 acres, obviously the applicant does not want to retain the 2 acres, and I would like to hear why not. I'd like to know why you are wanting to give this to the city for whatever reason that might be.
Really good question. And the answer is that HUD and DCA will not fund any project that has any floodplain on it. So we have to cut that part off. And we thought about different ways of trying to do it, like with a conservation easement, and at least it would remain green. It would still remain part of the 6, but it would also still be owned by us, so we would lose our funding.
So you would not be able to come up with the HUD funding or the DCA funding if this property is included with your project?
Right. Now, there is another way that we could maybe go about this, and that is the only reason we have it at a minimum of 2 acres is because that's what your PUD requirement is. It might well be that you could cut back and thereby get the density and maybe make it an acre, and thereby get the density down to the 19 units per acre that was approved for the Searles Foundation. And I haven't done the math on that, so I can't answer that question, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. In looking at your final plat, or at your application here and at the survey, I would think probably out of the 2 acre tract that you're showing, and I'm guessing here, and please don't take this as anything other than a guess, you're probably looking at 25 to 35% of the property of that 2 acres actually being in the floodplain.
Well, and I just separating that and making that a park.
Yes. No.
Isn't as attractive.
No, it is
for
not.
the,
I would
for
agree with
use.
that. I would agree
So
with
if you had 5 acres, what is 96 divided by 5?
Mm-hmm.
1. I can't do math.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Thank you. And now I understand why. Anyone else have any questions concerning this item? We will take this up on Monday. No others? Okay, we'll move along. Thank you very much. Item G, hold a public hearing and consider a request for a change in zoning from RLD, Residential Low Density District County, to PRD, Planned Residential Development District City, in the QGD Quality Growth Development Overlay for 15.59 acres on 5011, 5029, 5049, and 5059 Reservoir Drive, Land Lot 24, District 1, Section 5, parcels 10, 11, 74, and 76. Application by Kenneth J. Wood, Planners and Engineers Collaborative Incorporated. Ms. Williams?
All right, Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, 6701 Church Street. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 15.59 acres from single-family residential district to planned residential development. The applicant is proposing a townhome development that consists of 99 front-loaded townhomes measuring 20 feet by 45 feet and 63 rear-loaded townhomes measuring 20 feet by 45 feet. The townhomes are proposed to be in 27 structures ranging from 4 townhomes to 8 townhomes per structure. In the essence of time, I'm going to go ahead and defer to the applicant.
Okay, we would invite the representative of the applicant to come forward and
Evening, everyone.
present
Joe
your
Fowler,
information.
Post Office Box 489, Douglasville. Let me introduce Brian Mussoff. He is the representative of the applicant. And as you heard, this project involves both annexation and rezoning of 15.82 acres. It's 4 tax parcels on Reservoir Drive. May I take a moment just to slide these back?
Sure you can. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Sorry. Did the previous applicant leave the easels, or no, those are ours, right?
Oh, I'll take them. Thank you very much. Townhomes, as you heard, are proposed for the development. Staff has recommended approval. Just some quick findings, if I may, with respect to the standards of review that staff noted. One of the goals of the 2024 comprehensive plan is to encourage improvements around Arbor Place Mall to maintain a thriving commercial center for the community. The proposed development echoes that vision by creating additional rooftops in the area that would encourage pedestrian activity to the new landing development and potentially more customers for Arbor Place Mall. The proposed development could be a catalyst toward the revitalization of Arbor Place Mall and support new stable developments in the area. Based on that and a couple of other findings that you're accustomed to hearing, the staff said the property is in the QGD overlay in the county. The development will be held to the additional design standards of the QDG overlay. The closest character area is regional activity, future land use, which encourages this type of development. The proposed density of the project is approximately 10 units per acre, which is consistent with other projects under the PRD zoning designation. A traffic study performed by A&R Engineering found that after addition of the site traffic, there is no significant change in traffic operations from the no-build conditions, and the company identified no necessary improvements being made. That is, the design engineer said no changes needed to be made. Now, over the last several weeks, concern has been expressed, as you may be aware, over the single entrance to this property off Reservoir Drive. And Mr. Mussoff has undertaken discussions with the adjoining property owner to address that issue, represented from CBL. Negotiations are ongoing now with respect to the possible acquisition of an additional route in. Because there is an annexation pending as well with respect to this rezoning, and agreement had to be reached with the county regarding the ownership and maintenance of Reservoir Drive, who would own it, who would be responsible for it. That intergovernmental agreement has not yet been finalized. Now, the P&Z Board conducted a hearing last week, and at that meeting, one resident expressed concern regarding the design and layout of the homes, the price point of the homes, fencing around the site, and garages, 1-car garage or 2-car garages. The question was also asked if there would be access to this development, the one before you now, through Heritage Valley subdivision, and the answer is no. The developer was not going to seek that at any point. There will be no access south through the existing Heritage Valley subdivision. Mr. Mussoff and his design engineer took the issues they heard at the Planning and Zoning meeting to heart, and they have begun to incorporate several of those suggestions. Those design changes also include a possible means of incorporating a change in access somewhere off Arbor Boulevard. The reason for that is in an attempt to address traffic concerns. Tonight, however, we are asking the council to table the matter so we can continue the negotiations with the owner of the adjoining property that could give us that access for this alternative route that I've just mentioned. And we're also going back to the drawing board in order to see how that could be integrated with a different orientation going out to Arbor Place Boulevard. As it happens as well, because the intergovernmental agreement is not yet finalized, this will also give us time to work on those issues as well. That's got to be finalized before action can be taken by the council, of course. So what we're requesting tonight is this, that during the tabling, we'll have a second community meeting with the neighbors. The first one we had was by Zoom. It was on May the 19th, 2020. There have been a lot of delays with respect to this. May, sometime back, of course, in the life of a zoning application normally, but the IGA and the working out of the annexation has slowed this down a little bit. We'd like to have another meeting so that we can show what we're doing in an attempt to address access and then fine-tune what happens with respect to those things that I just mentioned. The overall design, what to do about garages and things of that nature. Plus, because there's been this concern about the traffic proposal to come as a result of the project, that is, concern about the amount of traffic that will rise from the construction of the project, we have reconnected with the traffic engineer who did the traffic study, and within the last 48 hours, I have viewed probably an hour worth of video that the traffic engineer had videoed in this area during peak hours. And it's a long video, and it's very revealing about what the counts actually are during peak morning and peak evening hours. When you realize it, when you see it rather, you think, is that the same location where I see on Saturdays when I can't get south to go on Chapel Hill Road? In other words, we believe we can demonstrate to residents who are concerned, and perhaps to anybody from the council and staff, that there's support for the numbers that were reached in the traffic study. At the P&Z meeting, someone held up the traffic report and said, I don't think this is right at all. But when you look at the evidence on the ground, it appears that there is support for that. Mr. Musaf is available now to discuss the entire project tonight if you'd want to, but since action on the rezoning actually has to be deferred until the IGA is finalized, we simply just ask you to table the request and allow us to meet with the adjoining property owners, anyone on the staff and council that would like to hear it. He's available if you have questions. We simply ask at this point that you table it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Fowler.
very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. This being a public hearing, and you have heard the applicant has requested that it be tabled, and it is a tableable item, very much so, in that we do not have an agreement, as Mr. Fowler has mentioned, as Ms. Littlefield and I have discussed, as to the annexation, because we do not know who will be in control of the street, and we do not have an agreement yet with the county. But this being a public hearing, I want to go forward because there are people that have come to speak potentially for and against this application, and I want to make sure that we give an opportunity for them to be heard. Are there questions from the council or Madam Mayor for the applicant? If so, go forward.
Yes, I have a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Mr. Fowler and Mr. Wood. I just wanted to know why you did not seek to just rezone in the county rather than coming into the city.
Well, it's a great question. When you look at the circumference of the city map, not exactly round, this parcel sticks out like an island, county right into the parameters of the city limits. Secondly, the zoning in the county does not allow this type of use, which is consistent with the city's long-range plan. So when the developer looked at the property, what he realized is it's almost like invitation from county, or rather from the city, to leave the county and come here because of the nature of the zoning that you've adopted both elsewhere with the PRD, but primarily with the long-range land use plan. So when you read what I just read earlier from the city's comprehensive plan, it says this is what we want in this area. So that was fine.
Now, I understand if you were in the city, but in the county, it would just be a simple ask to rezone rather than, it's kind of like the mother and the father. You know, the father's going to say no, so you run to the mom. So that's all I was saying.
This density is not allowed in the county.
Yes, sir. Okay, that was
and
the
it's
answer.
10 units an acre, as you heard, with the max the staff recommended of 11. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Other questions or comments from council. Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Fowler's comments, and he seemed to be at the very least, aware of the neighborhood's concerns about it. And I think you pretty much ticked off each of the items that have been brought up to me from Arbor Station residents, including the importance of fencing between, not gating, but fencing between the development and Arbor Station residents that'll back up against. And I think it's only one street that, I think it's Lakeview Court is the street that it backs up against specifically.
Closest to it, yes.
The rest is just woods or Heritage Valley, I think, is the other part. But I think the most important thing, the biggest concern that I have and a lot of the residents have is that second entrance. They really, really want, I mean, and I understand numbers don't lie, although they can mislead. And having the experience of coming out of that, the shopping center, which is right adjacent to the Reservoir Drive entrance, you cannot make a left there almost at any time of the day because the traffic from the light backs up past that. It may not, the numbers of cars may not pass a certain number that you're looking for that would create a certain level of density that would concern you, but the backup, the distances is where the issue is, and the traffic does back up past that entrance, which means it also it'll be backing up past the entrance to the housing development. So it'll be virtually impossible to make a left turn out of there coming out of that at most times during the day, except maybe after hours. So that's going to be an issue, regardless of the level of traffic, which is why I think that you're in a good position, though, to work with the mall to get a second entrance, because as you pointed out very astutely at the beginning of your presentation, this is very much in the mall's interest to want to see this development happen. And so if they're any bit smart about it, they would, hand over the property to you. I mean, I can't say I'm speaking for them, but
would you like to make some calls on our behalf?
Have a little party for you and say, and have a ribbon cutting and say, please, take it. But if they, for whatever reason, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. But be that as it may, I think that's going to be a critical issue for the neighbors as that second entrance.
We got that message loud and clear early on, and we've been working on it. It's just not been easily solved.
Others?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, go ahead, Coach Wall.
I just had a couple things. And I know the impact on the schools is towards the end of all of that, but I don't know how much consideration we give that. I mean, it's like Arbor Station's 100 students over, according to the information we got, but the impact on Arbor Station and some of the other schools like Arbor Station would be over 50 students. So I don't know how much we allow that to factor into any decision that we make. And I just would like to comment on one more thing. It says that according to a recent multifamily housing study commissioned by the county, the municipality spends more per unit providing services, I'm assuming they're talking about students, than it receives per unit in tax revenues. And I, to be honest with you, I read that and I don't know how much that factors in, but
Fire, police, all those services.
Anyway, that's all
Good
I had.
point. Good point.
Chairman.
Others? Okay. Let's hear from anyone in the audience that has come in support of the application. It is a public hearing, and we want to give opportunity, since if you have come to the meeting to be heard, we want you to be heard. I see no one coming. Is there anyone on the phone or anyone else that want to come in? Is there anyone that would? I'll get there. I think I know what you want. If there's no one here to speak in support, is there anyone here to speak against the application? If so, please come forward. We'd love to hear from you. Even though I'm sure most in the room know who you are, Miss Cindy Welch, we'd like for you to give us your name and address for the record, please, ma'am. And we'd love to hear from you.
My name is Cindy Welch. I live at 3002 Concord Way, Douglasville, 30135. And when you asked what streets back up to this, Heritage Valley Drive, Concord Way, and Heritage Valley Court have lots that back up to this. So it's not just Arbor Station.
I was referring only to city streets.
Okay, and we are all in the county. And we don't want to see them coming through Heritage Valley Drive, even though they own one of the lots in our neighborhood and the house that's on it. So that's the big thing. But the other thing we want to make sure, and they have agreed that they are going to fence it in. They didn't want to at first, but they have agreed they will fence it so nobody can get through to our neighborhood. But we also do not want one-car garages. I told them at the planning meeting, give it 5 to 10 years, you put one-car garages, and that is going to look like crap. I'm sorry to say that, but people that move in there, if they get a one-car garage, of course it's going to be full and they will never use it anyway, but they're going to have more than one car there, and eventually it's just going to be cars everywhere. And I can say that. I walk in Chapel Hills almost every night. There's a house in Chapel Hills, and I don't know how they're getting by. They have 7 cars every night in their driveway, and somebody said, all those people live there. And it's like, I thought you had to park them in the driveway. Well, so I'm wondering if this one is going to have a covenant that said cars have to be parked in the garages. And I suggested if they wanted to do townhouses, because what they showed us at the planning meeting, I mean, it was terrible. And I asked them if they would go over to Powder Springs and look at the development they just finished over there of townhouses. It's close to Johnny's Barbecue down there, and it's beautiful. They're 3-story because they've got the garage, and it's all 2-car garages. And if you look, I drove through there about a week ago just to look, and they have units, they face the street, and then these units over here face another street, and they have an alley, so all their garages come off that alley. And they said, well, we could probably do that for some of them. So, I don't know.
I'm sorry, Ms. Welch, we've got a little emergency behind the counter here.
Just so we don't get what they got in Iowa this week. We don't want that. But, I mean, that's the only thing. I know that it's going to be developed, and I don't have a problem with it being developed. You know, and I would have liked to have over 55 there, but that's not going to work. Because I've been to the Haven and a couple of those developments, and they're beautiful.
I understand.
So,
thank you for your comments, Ms. Welch. It's
Thank
good
you.
to see you. Anyone else that would come and speak in opposition to this applicant? Please come forward. Okay, we'll close this portion of the public hearing then. And is there any other question or comment that council or Madam Mayor would have? Okay. Seeing none, then we will take this up on Monday. And we thank you all for coming in. Thank you very much, Mr. Fowler. I'm going to request, because of the time, I'm going to request that we have a 5-minute break.
Yes, sir.
Recess for just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Long enough to see what's going on back here. And
Mother Nature is telling us we need to
we thank you.
get on
Madam
out of
Mayor,
here.
I would then request that you do that. Could you
Yes,
do that
sir.
for me?
We will take 5 or 10 minute recess, intermission, and come on back.
That's the storm drains overloaded. Yeah, you should have seen it. A moment ago, water was coming out of the
Shooting
hole.
out.
There was a little fountain of water. There's not enough capacity.
It's an architect's
it must be flooding under the foundation. Yeah.
Can't leave now. Can't leave now. Why not? It's a cold flood up there. It's raining pretty hard.
Is it raining hard? The water's coming up. Well, see, we can probably get to the park.
Yeah, you in the park with that?
Yeah.
Oh, we've got that thing.
No, not that one.
Not that one, go out.
Will they let us out? Tell them the chief said I could. So we have to come back Monday.
Yeah, leave it on, I gotta stay here about 10 o'clock. Don't you take it?
Did you, that's specially made?
Yeah, one of the guys, one of our chaplains gave it to me.
Oh, really?
Feel like it's too big, cause I keep breathing,
Yeah.
I'm breathing some of the clouds.
I mean, that's the problem with it,
Yeah. Breathing.
but not everybody wears it. All right, I guess I'll see you Monday.
Okay, take care of yourself. Be careful.
I will, you too.
Thank you. You on the agenda? Yeah, and I think they're red. I think they're red, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna go all the way through it.
Number 13 right here.
Yeah, right here it shouldn't be, these right here is not gonna be too bad.
Yeah.
You just gotta get through all this old zoning. All these zoning issues. Well, hopefully they get the moving. But see, I gotta stay here for, which one is for you, right here?
One stop. Yep. One stop.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm tired too. They got a water coming in like that though.
Dang, I need a heater back here. My fault. I created the agenda, huh?
All your fault.
You better keep that, man. Believe it's raining. I didn't know we were gonna get this rain. I didn't either.
But my husband said it's not even raining at our house.
I can hardly hear up there. It's coming down so hard on the roof.
Oh, what happened down over there?
There's a vent right behind the mayor, and water's shooting up out of it. But
Get out of here.
yeah, it looked like a fountain.
There's a missing screw in the cover plate for the cleanup. He said the water's coming
Oh,
out. And it's
Lord.
coming outside. It's
I
That
kept
is
hearing something,
crazy.
I'm like, is there a rat back there? Or what? Something scratching, and all of a sudden it's shooting up out of the floor. I'm like, holy shit.
My husband was looking at it and he said, what's going on up back there? I said, I don't know. That was Mr. Siegel.
You just called.
Mr. Siegel
Yeah.
wasn't it? He watching it.
Oh, yeah, he texted me during the meeting, wasn't he? I'm like, really? You just showing me that you're watching so that I behave myself?
He can't get enough, he can't. He just still wants to be a part of it.
Yeah.
He's still working from home.
most of the time. I think it's gone down a few times.
How's your wife and son?
They're good, but now we have my wife's mother living with us.
Right. How's that working? That's a lot of work, isn't it?
It's a lot of work, but it's actually not as hard as I
Thought it was
thought it was going to be.
Oh, that's
I mean,
good.
it's a lot.
Yeah, I know. My mother stayed with me for a while.
Yeah, and it's starting to get old. She's been with us for over 2 months now. But we just need to get away for a couple of days and get a change of scenery.
Right.
But it's impossible to find a place to go right now.
Right.
Everything's booked up.
Richard was watching live and then what was going on.
He was texting me earlier.
Maybe go up to North Georgia Mountain. We went there.
Well, that's where he went. He texted me earlier, and he said, oh, during the discussion about the sanitation credit, and he said, your agenda is too long to be spending this much time discussing trash. And
I know.
I'm like, okay.
What we gonna do
I
about it?
said, yeah, I know, but we already know it's gonna be a really long night.
Yeah, at least 10 o'clock.
He's from Boston. We know the bars will be open still. You're the one.
Well, Villa Rica, their meeting was 9:30 the other night.
Oh, it's poor child.
The clerk called.
Well, God knows, when I saw the agenda yesterday, when I pulled it up, I'm like, oh, God. This is gonna be a record breaker.
Yes, yes.
Can we have drinks for all of them?
Why not? I think community relations should be in charge of cocktails.
Absolutely.
If the meeting goes past 8:30,
Oh, you gonna get me?
they should wheel out the cocktail cart.
Cigar.
Or at least have it back here so we can get off camera and try shots or something.
That'd be preferable, yeah.
We come back and do tequila, Jägermeister back in the corner.
Yes.
Huh. As long as I'm not getting sprayed, I'll be
Ready to get going?
Chief, what you got? Well, you got candy.
Well, they hit that candy snack.
Look, I got chips.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I was at my house right now, just sitting on my back porch listening to that rain come down.
Hey, Samantha.
I'm going to stand in for Howard Ray in a minute. Actually, Howard didn't come. He's on vacation, but Aaron McCullough came. J&K, the Platts.
They passed my bedtime.
Mine too.
Still got a long way to go, sports fans. Let's get this thing cranked up.
I'm hungry, but I probably go straight to bed.
Told my wife it'd be 10 o'clock. I'm like, 11.
Really what you still doing here?
We got to put these things up. Okay, we'll resume, and we are going to item H, under Planning and Development.
All righty. We will go back to planning and development, I'm sorry. We're on item H, consider a petition to annex 15.59 acres at 5011, 5029, 5049, and 5059 Reservoir Drive in land lots 240, District 1, Section 5, parcels 10, 11, 74, and 76, application by Joan A. Wood and Clayton Preston of Reservoir Holdings, LLC. Ms. Williams?
All right, Patrice Williams, Community Development Director, City of Douglasville. So this item goes with item 2334. So we would, if 2334 is tabled, we'd be asking for this annexation to be tabled as well.
Yes, there would be no reason for us to consider the annexation if we did not have a development tied to it that we were considering. Okay.
Correct.
So are there any questions or comments concerning the thought process there?
Table to what date, or we'll do that on Monday?
Talk about that on Monday. We'll take this up on Monday along with the other item, okay? If there are no questions or comments, I'll move along. Item I, and this may be the same situation. Consider a request for final plat approval for inline communities for the purpose of lot consolidation of 4 tracts for 15.417 acres at 5011, 5029, 5049, and 5059 Reservoir Drive, land lot 240, District 1, Section 5, parcels 10, 11, 74, and 76. Application by Inline Communities Incorporated. Ms. Williams?
All right, this is also a companion piece as well. Combining the parcels would mitigate any setback issues. Again, we would be asking for this item to be tabled as well.
All righty. Questions, comments? It would seem to me to be difficult to have a final plat approved if you did not know how many entrances you were going to have, nor whether you're going to have double garages or whatever. So, all right, we'll take that up on Monday then. We'll move on to item J. Consider a request for final plat approval for SL Douglas Place for the purpose of subdividing into 2 tracts for 98.79 acres at Bright Star Connector and Concourse Parkway in land lot 159, District 2, Section 5, parcel 31. Application by Hughes Ray Company Incorporated. Ms. Williams?
All right, Patrice Williams. This proposal has been submitted to comply with zoning conditions established by Ordinance 20-15, which you all adopted earlier in the year. And so one of the conditions that was set was to subdivide the parcels by July 31st, and they needed to be recorded by September 2020.
Okay. Do we have a copy? We do have a copy of that final plat. And the request, does it meet all requirements that we have?
We recommend approval. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it is something that needed to be done by when?
We had set it where the parcels had to be divided by July 31st, which they were in the office working with us on
Yes.
that. But it has to be recorded by September 2020, so
Okay.
in a few weeks.
Questions, comments concerning the item? All right, we'll take this up then on Monday. Next item is item K. Is that correct, folks? I'm losing my place.
That is
All right,
correct.
item K.
Mr. Chairman, you're right.
Consider request for final plat approval for SL Douglas Place 2 for the purpose of subdividing into 3 tracts for 49.27 acres, Highway 5 and Gurley Road, land lot 162, District 2, Section 5, Parcel 1. Application again by Hughes Ray Company Incorporated. Ms. Williams?
Okay, this proposal has been submitted to comply with zoning conditions established in Ordinance 20-14. Again, the condition was to subdivide the parcels by application submitted to us. That's what I should have said earlier, by July 31st. The application had to be submitted to the office by July 31st, and then it needs to be recorded by September 2020.
Okay, and this is in order to keep us within our ordinance requirement when we rezone these properties and then allow them to give us a little more detail as to subdividing, correct? Okay, questions, comments? Okay, we'll take that up on Monday. Item L is another public hearing. Hold a public hearing and consider a request for change in zoning from PSP public, semi-public to HI Heavy Industrial for 12.24 acres at 1436 Municipal Parkway and 11850 Veterans Memorial Highway in Land Lot 734, District 18, Section 2, Parcel 4, and Land Lot 745, District 18, Section 2, Parcel 9. Application here is by the City of Douglasville. Ms. Williams, will you help us with that, please?
All right, this item is a city-initiated item. You all are familiar with it. We brought it to you before. It is for the concrete business on Municipal Parkway. There was an error when we adopted our new zoning map, and so we just want to provide some correction there.
Okay. This being a public hearing, we've heard from the applicant. Does council or Madam Mayor have any questions for Ms. Williams as representative of the City of Douglasville? Okay. Is there anyone here that would speak in support of this item, being a public hearing, or if not, in opposition to this item? This mainly, I would say, is more of a housekeeping issue in that it is an application by the city to correct an error. Seeing no one here, we would close the public hearing. If there are no questions, we will take that up on Monday. Last item, item M, adopt an ordinance to enact a revised Article 2, Chapter 34 of the Community Development Ordinance to assign Planning Commission members to council wards and to make various other administrative changes to be effective on October 1st, 2020. Ms. Jackson is going to handle that for us. And I just say, Ms. Jackson, I believe that in our committee meetings tonight, this is basically the ordinance that we discussed and the changes that we wanted to place in that ordinance. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. Before you, you have the ordinance that staff is proposing. Staff has done a tremendous amount of research as it relates to planning commissions and zoning boards throughout the metro area, and basically is updating our ordinance to ensure that it complies with our research, but also fits within the City of Douglasville culture. So the following amendment staff recommends in this ordinance is to allow for members to serve on specific seats based on their ward representation. It limits the amount of terms to 2 consecutive 4-year terms. Also, it allows for the members to be appointed by mayor and council, but it allows for the chair to be appointed by the planning commission. It also removes the compensation, so any member of the planning commission starting on October 1st, 2020 would not receive any compensation as it relates to being on this board. And it allows for mandatory training by city staff as well as other staffers or other trainers as it relates to the Carl Vincent Institute and being trained as it relates to the Robert Rules of Orders. Okay.
We have discussed this prior already in our committees. Is there any comment or question for Ms. Jackson concerning the item? I'm not going to ask that it be placed on the consent agenda in case we have other questions that come up over the weekend that we may want to ask on Monday as we consider this item. Okay? All right. Seeing no other question or comment is needed, we are finished. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. And Madam Mayor, that's all that we have tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't even know what to say. You get a star and something else for all of those items. Thank you so much. We'll move on to Public Improvement and Beautification Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Nicole Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one item this evening, and that is to reappoint Craig McManus to post 1 member of the Douglasville Tree Advisory Board to serve a 4-year term expiring January 1st of 2024. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, thank you. Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. Before you, you have Mr. Craig McManus. You have his resume as well as the bylaws to the Tree Advisory Board. If you recall, in 2018, Mayor and Council established a Tree Advisory Board. Mr. Craig McManus, he was appointed to serve as the Post 1 member. That Post 1 member only served 1 year as it relates to that article that you established in 2018. Therefore, Mr. Craig McManus would like to be reappointed, and staff is requesting that he's reappointed and recommends that for a 4-year term ending January 1st, 2024.
Thank you, ma'am. Were there any questions, comments, or concerns, council?
Yes, Ms. Miller, I'd just like to say that I think that we are very, very, very fortunate to have Craig to be willing to do this. I know he has a vast amount of experience in this area, and I'm just thankful that he's willing to have worked on all these projects for us that are noted and to continue on that board. And I just want to thank him personally. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any reason that we should not put this on the consent agenda? No? All right, thank you. And that's all I have this evening.
Thank you so much, and I echo Councilman Adams. Mr. McManus is an asset to the community. He was Man of the Year, and he did Freedom Island, designed that, so it was really nice. We'll move on to Public Relations Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Howard Estes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have
Welcome.
one item for discussion this evening. That is to adopt an ordinance to reorganize and renumber various sections of Chapters 17 and 18 of the Personnel Policies and Procedures Ordinance, and to clarify provisions on use of social media by city employees. And to discuss this with us is our illustrious Community Relations Director, Mr. Jason Post.
Illustrious.
Good evening, thank you. Jason Post, Community Relations, 6695 Church Street. This is just an update to our social media policy. This will bring us in line with best practices and what other cities have in place as far as their social media policy. This recommended update came to us via Local Government Risk Management Services. We have taken their model policy and adopted it to expand what we already had in place. What you have attached is the full policy as well as some comparisons to some other local governments and what their policies look like and how they compare to what we're adopting. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Anyone, Mayor or Council, anyone have any questions or comments?
No.
Be straightforward.
Seeing none. Thank you, Jason. I think that's all we have this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman Estes. We'll move on to Public Safety Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Samuel Davis.
Yes, ma'am. Item A, hold a public hearing to consider a request for a change in agent outlet manager and transfer of the alcoholic beverage license for the retail package sale of wine and malt beverage in the following establishment: current licensing SBA LLC DBA One Stop Shop, proposed licensing Arshia BM LLC DBA BM Food Mart, location 12831 Bedroom Memorial Highway, current agent outlet manager Aswani Kumar, proposed agent outlet manager Aspex Patel. The required fees have been paid into the finance department. Well, Mr. Patel, what come down, please? How are you this afternoon?
How are you all?
That's good.
State your name and
My name is Alpesh. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alpesh Patel,
Mhm.
and I'm leasing One Stop Shop and applied for alcohol license to change it under Akshar BM LLC, BM Food Mart.
and your location is 1283?
12831 Veterans Memorial Highway,
Mhm.
Douglasville, Georgia.
Okay, right now, council, you have any question before we hold a public hearing?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Patel, do you have experience in running this type of establishment?
I'm currently running another gas station,
Mhm.
Hiram.
Yes, sir. In Hiram?
Mhm.
Okay. In how many years?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And how do you check for people with their IDs to make certain that they are supposed to, they're not buying alcohol if they're not, don't have
Yeah.
the proper age?
We like frequently checking
Mhm.
every customer's ID when they bought alcohol, tobacco,
Mhm.
everything.
Okay. All right, that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Any other council members before we go into the public hearing? Okay. Right now, at this time, we're going to open the floor for a public hearing. And we have 5 minutes for those who speak against and 5 minutes for those who speak for the items. So right now, we'll take those who speak for the items. Look like we have no takers, and we asking 5 minutes for those who speak against. So look like we have no takers, so right now we'll close the public hearing, and if you come back on Monday, and we'll give you a answer, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item B. Hold a public hearing to consider request for alcoholic beverage license for the on-premises sale and consumption of wine and malt beverage and spirits. Look at the following establishment: licensee Star Food Lounge LLC, Star Food Lounge, location 2135 Fairburn Road, Suite F and G. Proposed agent outlet manager, Ulrich Francis. The required fees have been paid into the finance department. Ulrich Francis, will you please come down, sir?
Hello, good evening. How are you doing today?
Yes, sir, your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Lorenzo Francis, Ulrich Francis with Star Food Lounge. We're located at 2135 Fairburn Road, Suites F and G, 30135.
Fairburn Road, where are you located near?
We're actually just across the plaza where the Ingles. We're in the same one with Waffle House.
This a new location?
It's a new business. Yes.
And have you managed before?
I have, not in the City of Douglasville. I've worked at similar restaurants in City of Atlanta, nightclubs, restaurant.
So will you be the manager?
Yes, sir.
And what's your hours of operation?
We're looking at holding lunch and dinner hours. So probably we'll open around 11 a.m., 12 p.m. until about 9, 10 p.m., depending on how long our executive chef plans on staying in the kitchen.
Okay. Mayor and council, open up for your all questions, please.
I do have a quick question.
Sure thing.
Good evening, Mr. Stars. Mr. Francis. So for your lounge, what kind of cuisine? You said you're executive chef.
Oh, yes. We're planning to have an international menu. Our chef is Jamaican, so we'll feature a lot of Jamaican dishes. But we'll primarily just have a variety of foods on our international menu.
Okay, and lunch and dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Monday through Friday or every day?
We'll probably be open for lunch and dinner every day except for Sunday. Sunday we plan to do a very nice brunch presentation, and that'll probably be it for Sunday.
Okay, in your experience in Atlanta, how many restaurants or the duration of managing one?
Sure, I have 5 years experience myself. Our executive chef, Chef Delroy, has about 30 years. Am I correct?
All right now.
35, I'm sorry. Don't want to sell him short.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Mr.
as well.
Chairman.
Okay. Council members? How many employees sir, excuse me, how many employees did you have?
Employees, we'll open up with about 10.
And
10
how would you
employees
go
total.
about training them for serving alcohol?
Yes, we have an online training program that we're using for all of our employees. It's called eTips, online certification. So that's what all of our staff members will use to be trained in properly serving alcohol, when not to serve alcohol, all the intoxication factors, everything involved with that will come from the eTips platform.
Okay, now that we heard from you, I would open up the floor for we have to have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, okay. 5 minutes for those who speak in for, and 5 minutes for those who speak against. You open up this establishment. So right now, we are opening up the floor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm Chef Delroy. I'm the executive chef, going to be the executive chef for Star Food Lounge. I'm a resident of Douglasville. All my kids went to D.C. and, I've always, thought about doing a restaurant in Atlanta, and I was like, why keep going to Atlanta where I can, you know, offer what I do. I've 35 years. I'm really officially like Cam Newton's chef. I cook for Cam. So, you know, and a lot of other celebrities. So I want to bring the celebrity factor to Douglasville where, you know, it's not there yet. You know, we have a lot of celebrities that live here, but I want to offer that food, the cuisine. I worked in France for about a year. I'm from New York, but I've been in Atlanta since the Olympics. You know, so I really want to bring this element to Douglasville. Great food. You guys will be proud of it. That's, you know, that's really what I want to say.
Very
All right?
good.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else that's speaking for this item?
I'm for that. I'm excited about another option for food, and a high end would be nice. And
All right, Madam
been
Mayor.
to Mr. Cam Newton's father's mentoring program. Yes, I don't know if you provided the food. It was in Rome. He has a facility. Yes, and okay. Thank you.
Okay, now we open up for the floor. 5 minutes for those who speak against. And look like we have no takers. Now we'll close the public hearing, and if you come back on Monday, we'll give you the answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Okay, moving on. Item C, authorize the mayor to sign an application for a 2020 burn grant from the United States Department of Justice for the Police Department. Chief Gary Sparks, come on down. Will you sit right there where you are? You good?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a burn grant from the Department of Justice, $17,024, no matching funds. And we're gonna buy 34 gas masks with these funds.
Okay, so there's no matching fund. We like that. Council, Madam Mayor,
No?
we good? Okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to put this on a consent agenda for Monday, if the council. Okay,
Looks like
thank you.
agreed.
Moving right along. Item D, authorize the mayor to sign an equitable sharing agreement and certification with the United States Department of Justice for sharing of fortified assets. Chief Gary Sparks.
This is a document that we do every year with the federal government for equitable sharing. We have a officer assigned to the DEA, and we have to file this paperwork showing what we are doing with the money that we have seized or we have received from the DEA or in a federal excuse me, or in a federal agency. Right now, we just having money coming from the DEA.
All right, do we have any council? Madam Mayor, I'd like to put this on a consent agenda for Monday, if council pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving right along. Authorize the mayor to sign an agreement with Flock Group INC for security camera services for the Public Safety Municipal Court building. Chief Gary Sparks.
The Flock camera system is a system we want to begin getting cameras for not only for the police department, for the city at large. We want to get 2 cameras starting out at the police department. These cameras will identify vehicles used in crime, and this system can be searched by the make, model, the color, or the tag number. These tags checks are coming from an NCIC hot list, and when a vehicle go by this camera system, it will send out an alert to our officers, alerting them that a vehicle had just passed this system that's on that hot list. The other day, we had a incident on Chapel Hill, and at the QT, we had a slider that stole a lady's purse. So these people left that location on Chapel Hill, and they went over on 92, Highway 92, the QT over there. And they was gonna try to rob someone. That QT is in the county. So some shots was fired. The only thing we had was a black and color vehicle. We had a semi-photograph. We really couldn't make heads or tails out of it, and the back window we knew was busted out. So we, since we're looking into getting this flock system, we were able to get in the flock system, put that information, that scarce information that we had on this vehicle, and within less than a minute, we had identified that vehicle, got a tag number, because that vehicle had passed by a camera system that East Point has. So we were able to get the tag number, get the vehicle, so now we can further investigate that crime. So what we're looking at and what we would like to do eventually is get about 12 cameras so we could put them in strategic locations throughout the city, so we can monitor vehicles coming in, going out, and when we have crime, hopefully they'll pass by one of these vehicles and we'll be able to pick up some information. This is just part of the technology that's coming down in law enforcement. A lot of cities, I think you take the city of Fayetteville, I think they have like 25 cameras set up. Dunwoody has cameras all over the place. So East Point, so this is a system that police departments are getting involved with. Now, I will go over the price with it. Now, it's $500 to install the cameras, $2,500 a year afterwards, and that includes all upgrades, all maintenance, and everything that goes with the camera system. Whatever is needed, they will come out and fix it, repair it, or remove it and put it to another place where we think that it would be better serving the citizens of Douglasville.
So Chief, will they give you a better price if you get 3?
That's their price.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their price.
Council members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I'm just curious, this may be a crazy question, but you've decided to mount the cameras at the PD building itself. What's the logic there?
Okay. When the State Patrol building was assaulted, the cameras that we have at the police department do not pick up any, it just records. But we have people coming to the police department, going to building 2, and we would just like to know what vehicles and what criminal activity or vehicle that may be used in criminal activity is coming to the police department. Now, we said 2, but we're not gonna put 2 cameras at the police department. We will put 1, because we have a lot of activity, we have a lot of people coming in and out of the police department. And we just don't know how many of the vehicles coming in and out of the police department that may be wanted, be involved in some type of crime. You don't know, but if we have that camera there, it will let us know. So, but we're planning on we looked at putting a camera on 92 North, coming into the city. And I think we have looked at a pole, a light pole that we could put in up close to the fire station. But we started off looking at how can we secure the police department so we would not have that incident that occurred at the State Patrol office.
So basically then it's for protection of our property,
Right.
and not for trying to find someone on site. Well, it
Both.
could be.
It's
It
for
could be
both.
for that.
Right, it's
But
for both.
okay, now I understand.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
for both.
Thank you.
Because if somebody came on our property and threw paint or disgraded our property, we wouldn't know because our camera just only records. But that system right there, You get that tag, it's gonna tell you, it's gonna give us more information. So that's why we wanted to put one there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief.
Anyone else? Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I just want to commend you on moving forward with the technology and law enforcement. I told you that I attended the U.S. Mayor's Conference back in January, and this was one of the classes that I attended, was law enforcement and how cities are starting to do this camera system in Detroit, Chicago, Washington, D.C. They even have a ring where they put it in citizens on their porch, and they ring and it goes to the police department, cameras and all of that. So it's more to try to help for security for neighborhoods too.
Yes. Now, see, we have one neighborhood in the city that has this flock system, and that's Crystal Creek. See, you have a civilian side of the flock system.
Mm-hmm.
You have the law enforcement side of the flock system. Now, Crystal Creek, well, if you go into Crystal Creek, we can utilize and get that information from Crystal Creek. If someone go in there, we can retrieve that information for law enforcement purposes. So we would like to have more of our subdivision to get this system.
Yes, sir.
But for the city, especially since we're gonna be building the amphitheater, we will want to have some of these camera systems in the downtown area.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else?
yes, I have a
Yes.
question. Thank you, Chief Sparks. So you said that you would have 5 cameras, is that correct?
No.
How many?
Well, we looked at starting out with 2.
Oh, okay.
And we looked at, we're gonna put 2 at the police department. I looked, no, we don't need 2 at the police department. We're gonna put 1 somewhere else around the city. And then once we started getting information, we're gonna come back to you all and say, look, we need we probably can utilize 12 or 15 cameras to cover this city. Because if you look at it, we already have license plate readers. When you pass by the speed machine that show your speed, well, that's a license plate reader on that machine. It's similar to this flock system, but this flock system is connected to all the other systems in the metro area. That's how we were able to find out about this vehicle that committed a crime here in Douglasville, that they've been driving around in East Point and College Park because they have the system.
So the goal would be to put these cameras throughout the city?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? All right. My next question was going to be, how do you determine where do you place them? But since you said throughout the city, you answered it.
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions?
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief. Madam Mayor, I'd like to put this back on the agenda for Mondays for further discussions.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
And Chief, if you feel like you want to get 3, talk to us Monday about 3. Hopefully we want to be safe out here in the city of Douglasville, okay? And the county, thank you. Last item, authorize the mayor to sign a software license and service subscription agreement and agreement of the community data platform membership with Central Square Technologies LLC to replace the Police Department Computer Software LLC and its law enforcement record sharing services. Chief, is Ms. Amy here, or you want to take that?
Yes, I think Lieutenant Belcher's on the line, and she could give you the ins and outs of
Ms.
this
Belcher,
technology.
Lieutenant?
Belcher, can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me? I've lost the audio.
You can hear us?
Okay, you're up.
Amy.
Hello?
Can you hear us, Lieutenant Belcher?
Hi, I've lost the audio to y'all. It's Lieutenant Belcher.
We can hear you.
So I'm just going to start speaking, and then somebody's going to have to relay me some questions because I can't hear anything in audio. We've been with our current software vendor for about 12 years. a couple of years ago. They were part of a 4-company merger, 3 public safety softwares and a healthcare software. And they decided, of course, to stop supporting and selling our software. So we just sat tight for a little while to see how everything would roll out with this merger. And it became clear to me in webinars and things I went to with them over the last year that we're not going to get any bells and whistles. They're going to continue to maintain our software, and they're going to continue to provide required updates from the state and federal government. For example, the new accident report last year, the switch to UPR to NIBRS. They'll do all that for us, but they're not giving us anything extra. No bells and whistles. So I decided to start looking into the other 2 softwares that they currently are selling and are going to be their software going forward. And the one that fits our city due to the size is called the Pro Suite. We did a demo with 911 and also with several divisions at the police department just to literally look at it and see what the software can do. They all liked it. It will actually solve some problems that we've just been working around for the last 12 years. So once we determined that the software was what we needed and it would work for us, well, then it came to price. And I think they're trying to get everybody to switch to one of their other 2 softwares because what they're agreeing to do for us is for the same cost of our yearly maintenance on the old software, they're going to upgrade us and transfer all data to the new software. The benefits of that are a couple. First off, the maintenance fee is going to be the same for the next 5 years. We've been experiencing a 5 to 7% increase in maintenance each year. It will be the same price for the next 5 years. After that, if we continue with it, it'll be a 5% increase each year after that. So same price next 5 years. One of the really exciting things for me, and I'm sure for City Hall IT, is Central Square, the company will provide the servers, they'll provide the software and upgrades, and they maintain the servers and backups. So we won't have to be making sure our stuff is backed up. They will do it for us. The only thing we take care of is the content, our people, our names, our reports. The hardware and software they handle. The 911 Center and the Douglas County Fire Department are currently on our same system right now. They've demoed it also, and they want to switch as well. They're going to be a little bit behind us, though, because their budget approval doesn't come until later this year. But we wanted to go ahead and move forward. The migration process, if you guys choose to let us go ahead and do it, is 9 months to a year. So we would start working on it as soon as we got the contract signed, and 9 months to a year from then, we would probably be ready to go live with it. And I can't hear any questions, so just let me know via text or something if
I would just like to say,
questions you guys might have.
okay, Amy, hold on, Amy. I'd just like to say is that this is an upgrade to our recording system, our management record management system. And they're going to discontinue, I don't know if you all heard, they're going to discontinue what we have now because they're going up to a better format. And 911, as well as the county and other agencies, is going to have to make that step up. So instead of waiting on what they're going to do, we're going to move forward. And the cost is already budgeted. It's already budgeted, and so like I said, the current system that we have, they're not going to no longer support it. So therefore, we got to go above what we have now in order for this company to continue supporting us because they do a great job. So.
Okay.
Okay. Any mayor, council?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, Chief, you did say that it was budgeted already, so it's kind of like upgrading your phone. They're just going to
It's an upgrade and
new technology.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else?
Well, there's one part key for
Madam Mayor, I'd like to put this on the consent agenda for, for Monday if the council pleasure. And it's a great upgrade, Chief. We appreciate everything you all are doing, and Lieutenant Belcher. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll move on to item 14, Recreation, Culture, and Tourism Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Chris Watts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 4 items. Item A, authorize the mayor to sign an agreement with the Douglasville Convention and Visitors Bureau, Inc., for promotion of tourism, conventions, and trade shows, TCT, and the expenditure of TCT funds from hotel motel tax revenues. And Ms. Rosado, you take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Rosado, 12385 Veterans Memorial Highway. In front of you all is a routine agreement for the Douglasville Convention and Visitors Bureau regarding the expenditure of tourism, convention, and trade show monies from the hotel motel tax revenues. Also, there are not any changes in the agreement from the one that was signed last year.
Any questions from,
A lot of tourism going on, but I don't know. That's it.
any other comments or questions? Yes, Madam Mayor.
I'm done. That was it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rosado. I'd like to place this on the consent agenda for Monday. Thank you. Item B, authorize the mayor to sign a service agreement with the Cultural Arts Council, Douglasville, Douglas County, Inc., for cultural arts services. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. Before you, you have 2 agreements, one from last fiscal year 20, as well as the new agreement for fiscal year 21. As you see, they both mirror each other. There has not been a change in pricing as it relates to what the city will be agreeing to pay the CAC for the cultural arts services, as well as you do see Exhibit A is the attachment that Ms. Emily Leitner came before council in early March to present as it relates to what the CAC, what the services they'll be providing to the city for the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions or comments? Thank you. I'd like to place this on the consent agenda also. Item C, reappoint Willa Crook to serve as the Post 6 member of the Douglasville Convention and Conference Center Authority to a 5-year term expiring June 1st, 2025. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. Before you, you have a resume, Ms. Crook's resume, as it relates to what all she has done throughout our community, as well as throughout her career. She's currently retired. She served on the board for 1 term thus far and is asking to be reappointed. There is currently no other individuals that would like to be reappointed in her position.
Well, we appreciate Ms. Crook's being willing to serve and serve again. And so is there any questions from council? If not, we'll place this also on the consent agenda. And item D, reappoint Wilbur Purvis to serve as the Post 5 member of the Douglasville Convention and Conference Center Authority to a 5-year term expiring June 1st, 2025. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Before you, you do have the resume for Mr. Purvis, as well as information regarding the Convention and Conference Center Authority. Mr. Purvis has finished out his 1st term, and he is asking to be reappointed to another 5-year term. He currently serves as chair on the board, and staff has recommended his reappointment.
Okay, and there was no one else interested also?
No, sir. No one else is interested. In the upcoming weeks, I will come before you for interviews. We do have 1 vacant position on this board.
Okay. All right. Well, we would like to thank Mr. Purvis also for his service to this committee. Any questions or comments, Mayor or Council? We will place this item on the consent agenda. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Madam Mayor, that's all I had tonight under Parks, Culture, and Tourism.
Thanks so much, Coach. We'll move on to Technology Committee. That's chaired by Mayor Pro Tem Terry Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no items under the Technology Committee at this time.
Thank you, sir. Move on to Transportation Committee. That's chaired by Councilmember Dr. LaShawn Danley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 items under Transportation Committee. The first is authorize city staff to give public notice of the city's intent to consider abandoning but not disposing of a 438-foot section of Malone Street lying north of the Hawthorne Center. Ms. Hampton.
Yes, ma'am. You all have several items to this attachment, and several weeks ago, you all heard from Mr. Chip Reed and Mr. Joe Fowler regarding this request. We have had a community meeting since then, as per requested by Councilwoman Dr. Burdanley, and she's gotten feedback, and I do believe that we have several members of the community who would like to speak on this item as well. But prior to that, we have received a correspondence from Mr. Joe Fowler that is a supplement proposal to the original request, and I would like for him to come up, if he wouldn't mind, and speak on that proposal, just to advise you all what is being asked currently that was different from the original request several weeks ago.
One, Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49, Douglasville, here with Mr. Chip Reed. He is the owner of Fortress Storage, owned it for 23 years. I will talk about the proposal modification in just a moment, but to set the stage, if it's appropriate for me to do that now, before the change to Highway 92, his customers had full access in and out of Fortress Storage going both north and south. Now what's happened, of course, is with the Highway 92 median, all of that has changed, and his customers who are coming south back here toward town, they have to exit the business one of two ways: to make their way down through an awkward exit to get to Malone Street, so they then can get to the Shell station and turn left with the traffic light, or more easily, they go directly onto 92, they go down to the traffic light and make a U-turn across the 2 or 3 lanes of traffic that are right there. He's noticed that the bulk of the traffic that leaves his business go the 92 way rather than the Malone Street way. And what he's seeing is there's a danger issue there for his customers. So now, because of that, he's made 2 proposals to the city. The one that's most recent, and that Ms. Hampton mentioned a moment ago, is this. We communicated to the city that he has made arrangements with the owner of that 1.15 acre parcel that lies adjacent to Malone Street. Do you know which one I'm talking about? As you go, if you exit Alice Hawthorne and turn and look up to his business, on the right-hand side, for maybe 200 feet or more, there's a 1.15 acre parcel. He has negotiated to buy that tract, and he is prepared to donate that property to the city for the expansion of Jesse Davis Park. And in exchange for that, he simply asks that he be allowed to let vehicles exit Fortress Storage and come south, never northbound, only southbound. They will drive down to where the upper entrance into the Alice Hawthorne Center, he'll put a gate right at that entrance, a key card controlled gate, so that they have to come to a complete stop right there. And then that will be at or near any place where children might cross to go from the center into the park. What he would then propose, in addition to the property acquisition and donation to the city, he will build a sidewalk, pardon me, from the park area all the way up Malone Street to the point where those who want to go north and south, back and forth to the park, they will have access to the street network in and around that whole area. Then he will put a fence along the portion of Malone Street that his southbound trucks or cars would use, so that anybody getting on the sidewalk would not get in the way of any vehicles coming down the hill. His vehicles coming down the hill would have to stop at that key controlled gate, and then as those vehicles are stopped, they could be able to determine whether or not any children are crossing. He's prepared to put up stop signs as necessary, to paint the stripes along the road so that there may be safety. I would note that some of the documents that you have received, a pretty significant volume of documents that you've received, point out that he has customers coming in and out of his store at the peak time of the year, July. At the peak time of the year, 1.6 vehicles per hour at the peak time of the year. So it's not a steady stream of cars coming in and out. Nobody wants to imperil anybody that may be transferring from Alice Hawthorne to the park back and forth. But he's very concerned about his livelihood because of what's happened since the construction of the median. And he's asking for flexibility from the city. He's prepared to bear the acquisition cost of the property, to fix up the road so that he can access it easily, no cost to the city, to put up the key card gate, put up the fence, pay for the sidewalk. So that's what we would ask the council to consider. I know there are people here to oppose that process because of safety to the children. We believe as you balance the safety concerns between children that may be leaving the center to go to the park and from the park back to the center, as you balance the safety issues, that question with persons like myself who might drive a U-Haul with very little experience doing that, doing a U-turn to go back south in the way of oncoming traffic, that's also a safety concern. All of that balanced, we would respectfully ask you to consider that. Mr. Reed is prepared to answer any questions at an appropriate point. Thank you.
Hello.
Yep.
I think Joe did a pretty good job of summarizing, but since the recession, Fortress Storage has had a very consistent growth. Some years obviously better than other years, but other than the recession years from 1997, we have never had a negative growth in our income, a backup in our overall traffic, our backup in our overall calls. We track things, what we call door turns. How many door turns do we get? Every leading indicator that we have, from gross revenue to door turns to lead calls to traffic counts to move-ins to move-outs, everything has backed up since the DOT has had my front entrance so tore up. It was a slight backup when it was just construction and a mess, but since the median was installed and the trees planted in front of ours, it has been substantial. And I'd be more than willing to share with you all the information that I have, which is, you know, personal information from my storage facilities, but I really wished y'all would truly look at and consider what effect this has had on my businesses. And I have businesses in the storage facility in the City of Villarica and City of Bremen. So I have comparisons, and it's not like I'm just standing up here and you can say, oh, COVID is doing all this to you. It has nothing to do with the highway or insurance. It's simply not true, and I'd be willing to show you that information, that actually Bremen is up 8% this year. It's 8% in gross revenue. It's 10% in door turns. It's up in move-ins, and so is the the storage facility in the City of Villarica. I would really wish that someone would take the interest and just see what my expenses are to do business in the City of Douglasville with as it relates to property taxes, building permits, sewer impact fees. Everything is just more expensive. And now, with everything being more expensive and traffic being diminished and income and move-ins, door turns, everything has been substantially diminished. And so we're trying our best to try to figure out how to maintain a successful facility. I hope everybody will agree that I've done my best at keeping my buildings clean, my grass cut, my office maintained and managed properly. Like I said, I've got plenty of statistics, and we set a camera up down in the park for Saturday and Sunday last weekend, and we've got cameras that shine down onto onto Autry Circle and down the car wash road that are 24/7. I've been there for 24 years. My office was upstairs for the most time I lived here, and for the last 15 years I lived there. I spent a lot of time there. And I see stuff, for everybody to recall, the reason that road was condemned behind my facility was because of the illegal dumping, the drugs, and I don't know if prostitution, I'll just say sex, things that were going on back there, that we all unanimously agreed to condemn the property behind my facility when that happened. And I want to say it was around 2000. The same stuff goes on. If you look at the police reports that I have filed with the city from over the years, they come from that back corner most all the time. The vandalism, the theft, the break-ins all come from up that road. The same illegal dumping has been going on for years. I've cleaned it up for years. And I know the city has tried to acquire that extra piece of property that's been there. So, you know, that man has a legal right to that road. I have a legal right to that road. I wished we all knew, had a little crystal ball, as Pastor Crum that I spent an hour on the phone with today said. If we had a crystal ball that showed a child being run over in the park, no one would be standing here discussing this today. Same likewise, if we had a crystal ball and we saw somebody getting run over in front of the car wash where there is no sidewalks, there is no street lights, and there's a lot more traffic, and I have video to prove this if anybody would just simply take the time to look at the facts. The facts are there's a lot more people running up, walking up the car wash road in Autry Circle than cross, and I have videos a lot that can substantiate that. I know there's people here in opposition. I've got a lot of, and we submitted this, a lot of people who are for this. I did not ask my people who are for this to risk their health to come here. If I need to do that for Monday so that I can get a showing of support equal to my opposition, I'll be glad to do it. I was hoping that signed signatures from all my customers who agree they've never run over a pedestrian. I've never run over a pedestrian. And the key to it is to make it safe. First thing is we should already have a crossing on Malone Street if that's our concern of kids being run over. There should have already been a lot. That Alice Hawthorne has been there for a long time, as you all know. There's never been kids crossing. There's a lot of traffic. I sent the studies from July of 2019, and I picked that because that was where it had no effect of COVID. And I sent another report from January of 2019. The January report showed just over 1 car per hour on average that leaves the Fortress storage. The July, which is our busiest month, shows 1.67 cars per hour leaving Fortress storage based on averages. I spent a lot of time talking to some very nice gentlemen. Didn't realize Henry's son was one of them, and I've known Henry like Rochelle. I've known everybody a long time. To make the assumption that we're going to run over a kid in the park or a pedestrian in the park, but there's more of them more pedestrians and children on the car wash road and Autry Circle, but we're not going to run over those. With respect, Rochelle, I can't buy that argument. I would rather you look at the proof and the statistics and go look at the videos and see how many people are really crossing into the park versus how many people are really walking up the center of the street at the car wash before anybody can make an educated decision and say, you're going to run over somebody here, but you're not going to run over anybody here. As watching people leave since all this has happened, most people are not going out Autry. They're not going down the car wash road. They're going on to 92, and they go down to the Shell station, and they make a U-turn, which if you've been there recently, you know there's a lot of orange barrels, and there's not much room. But I did talk to the DOT person. There's going to be 3 lanes of traffic heading southbound. You're talking about U-Hauls, and as Joe mentioned, that not everybody knows how to drive U-Hauls very good. We're going to have trailers. We're going to have RVs. You're going down a hill. You got a negative bank going the wrong way, and you're saying it's safer for us to make a U-turn in a 3-lane highway at I assume a 55 mile an hour speed limit. I don't know that's what it's going to be. It may be 45, but I think it's 55. That's far more dangerous than a straight shot. And I really wish we could all go meet in the park, because I think if we did, it would shine a little different light than sitting here tonight. And the reason I say that is we all, I think, know where the pavement ends at the Alice Hawthorne building. My proposal is, again, to add the sidewalk, because there's a lot of people that walk up that very dark, non-lit road, not maintained, rutted, no sidewalk, no lights. I'm trying to eliminate that. I'm putting a sidewalk, I'm putting security cameras. I'm putting a electronic gate control so that as my customers, if the proposal is approved, comes down to the end of the existing asphalt, they will be going 0 miles an hour. They will enter their little keypad. It will only be exit, and it'll only be customers, and it'll only be customers who are current on their bill, because otherwise they will not be there. They'll be going 0 miles an hour, and I wish we could all be standing there right now because it is a straight shot. There's no radius turns, there's no trees, there's no nothing that will impede a person's view. There will be a sidewalk. There should already be a crosswalk, but I've agreed to put that in. I've agreed to put a stop sign in. So when we come to the end of the asphalt, and we enter our gate code, exiting only, we will see 92, we'll see the asphalt point, we'll see everything, anybody and everybody that's in the way. We will go approximately 1 block to where the existing stairs come down from the Alice Hawthorne building, where we're going to put a stop sign and a raised speed bump, so you can't go flying across it, but there'll be a stop sign there.
Excuse me, Mr. Reed. Thank you. Do we have a time? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
realize
no.
I
Just
was
if
on
you
the
could
time.
just wrap it up so we can make sure that our, everyone will have a chance to speak, if you don't mind.
So is there a way we can meet? Because I think if everybody could, and everybody would take the time to review the cameras and really look at the number of people who walk up the car wash and look there, I think you'll find that it is the safest way for our customers to exit on and head south from Fortress Storage.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So before I ask any questions, I'd like to ask the mayor and council, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Reed at this time?
Yes, Madam.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Reed, when GDOT was doing all that development, did you meet with GDOT?
I'm sorry again, I'm a
When
little hard of hearing.
GDOT was doing all that development, did you have a chance to sit down and meet with GDOT? Come to any of those meetings that we had?
Yes, sir. They acquired a small portion of Fortress across the front, and they showed me drawings that showed me having exit north and southbound. The paperwork I signed, my agreement to, I didn't give them the land. They paid a little bit of money. It wasn't a lot of land, but they showed me where I had turn lanes in and out. At that time, I guess I'll say in the defense of the Department of Transportation, the road was going to be lowered 12 to 15 feet. I said to them then, how are you going to get fire trucks out of there? And they go, oh, we got it all worked out. But the drawings they showed me when I agreed to give up the land showed where my customers from Hiram can still turn in and my customers can still head south coming out. And I didn't know that that was going to be any different until I saw the median appear about 60 or 90 days ago.
Any other, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Reed. We hear your passion and your concern for your business, and I understand you've invested a lot of time and money. And of course, we are trying to weigh the best thing for everyone, for you as a business owner and the community. And I have been there, and we made the U-turn when we came out because it was easier. But I've been to the park as well, and I know the argument, as you said, you can't understand why one road someone can say a child will be hit and another one they can't, and it's just highly more probable that children will be in the park because they're there to be in the park. So Tiger Cubs, all of our recreational sports, families, they are there at the park. So that'll just, that's probably why that assessment is made about children, because we know that that's one of the groups that's going to be in the park playing, and maybe not necessarily on Audrey Circle or Malone. But thank you for your comments. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the information that you've given us, and of course we're trying to digest everything and make our best judgment. So thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Madam Mayor. Councilman Adams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions just as a matter of city, and I'll address these to Ms. Hampton, and I appreciate Mr. Reed coming in, and I do appreciate his passion concerning this item. Has anyone thought about if this if this potential deal were to go through, has anyone spoken with the people of the Atlantic Concrete Washout property? Because they have access, they have a right to a public street. And obviously, if Mr. Reed is successful in doing what he wants to do, then they're going to be cut off because Mr. Reed would then own the property. I find it odd, and I said this in our last meeting, and I'll say it again. It seems as though the city is trying to sidestep the responsibility that we have on a public street by abandoning but not disposing of that. And our holdup last time was we were not able to get our hands or not able to purchase the property. I believe that piece of property is Bel Air Contracting, is that right? That owns that piece of property that is contiguous with the park, with Jesse Davis Park. So my concern is several-fold in this, but we again, and I'm going to say that while I don't want to see anyone harmed, I don't want to see any child hit by a vehicle. I have personally myself been hit by a vehicle as a child, and I have scars to prove that or to remind me of that. But at the same time, I don't understand how this is applicable if the safeguards are put into place that we, the city, should have been providing all this time, and yet Mr. Chip Reed is willing to do on behalf of the city to try to safeguard everyone. And having been there 24 years, I'm sure a lot of the residents in the community, I would imagine, use that facility. He has been impacted by the DOT, as many of us around have at some point in time, and I'm just having a real hard problem why we cannot make this work and why instead we need to be talking about abandoning but not disposing of that section of street. Thank you.
To address the portion of your question, Councilman Adams, I'm going to ask Ms. Littlefield to address any of the legal responsibilities that we have that she knows of. I will state that from a staff perspective, we have not contacted anyone that owns the concrete washout property if they still own it. Now, I do not know if Mr. Reed has, but from the City of Douglasville staff, we have not.
Looking at the lots there, it appears that the one that is immediately north of the park has access onto Dallas Highway, and they're only entitled to one access. So I don't think we'll be committing any tort against them. We own one of the lots that would be cut off, and the last one, the Bel Air property, still would have some access onto the Malone Street part that would be left. So I don't see a landlocked situation where anyone would have no access.
Thank you, Ms. Littlefield. Ms. Hampton, does any of the council members or any of the council members have any other comments? No? Thank you, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Attorney Fowler. I'm glad that you endured until the end, like all of us. And thank you for taking time out to do research and your proposals of making things better. And we're always open for that. I do want to say that we did have a community Zoom meeting. Had some technology issues with hearing and freezing and everything else that everyone's been going. But I have to say this because it's on my heart to say it. I am a true advocate for people of all colors and all ethnicities, and I just want to say in front of the mayor and council that I was very disappointed with the letter that you submitted to the mayor and council, and I was reading the letter, and it was very detailed, and then my heart was very hurt with the comment that you made in regards to the City of Douglasville and the Water and Sewer Authority need to get off the neck of the small businesses. And with the temperature that was going on in the entire world as it relates to George Floyd, those exact words were very piercing. I felt like that that specific statement had nothing to do with what's going on in this park. I know that you mentioned on the Zoom meeting that that was not your intention, but those specific words were very related to what was going on, and the date that you sent that was during the time of that era. So I just want to remind you, as I would anyone else, to please be very sensitive about what you say, because the people that access that park and live in that area, and I live in that area, are predominantly people of color, and that is very offensive. On top of that, I would like to say that the park is still in the middle of being renovated and developed. So we are still in the development phase of what's going on at the Alice Harthorne Jesse Davis Park. As I've done my research, I cannot find any other park in this area or any close areas that have through traffic through the park. I'm sorry that GDOT did not make things work for you. With the sidewalks and the donating of the land and all the proposals that you are suggesting are great, but it's still through traffic. I think about what happened to Hunter Park. Of course, there was a comment at one point that, well, the city owns Hunter Park. You're exactly right. The city owns Hunter Park. However, the residents did not want through traffic. So that is, I live in that area. And I agree with Mayor Robinson that there is more probability that children could be and individuals could be hurt in the park. I do want to ask you, you did mention in our Zoom meeting that the box trucks that do come now and the trailers are about 40 feet. Is that what you said?
Most U-Hauls are from 16 to 26 feet. I'm unaware of a U-Haul that's 40 feet long. Most U-Hauls are 16 to 26 feet.
So I guess maybe not just the U-Haul, but the storage space that your clients utilize. There are, 16 feet, 20 feet? What would you say the longest?
26 is about the biggest U-Haul. Yes, ma'am. We don't get like the Mayflower 18-wheelers, if that's what you're referring to. They're too low to the ground, and they can't make it through our sites.
Okay, so the comment that you made on the Zoom meeting was that if they go in front of the car wash and make a left on Malone, it's very hard for them to make that turn.
The grade is so steep coming out of the car wash down onto Malone that, yes, it drags and hangs up, and I've actually had my own personal car trailer hung on that because it's a very steep angle. Mm-hmm. And as Mr. Fowler noted, for whatever reason, most people are going on 92. I guess from a sense of, once you do things and you go in the same place all the time, you send the tip to go. Most cars aren't going that way. They're getting on 92. They go to the Shell station. They do a U-turn right there across the 3 lanes of oncoming traffic.
So so you're saying that 16-foot truck or vehicle cannot make that turn? That's what you're saying?
At the car wash onto Malone, they drag.
Okay.
Yes, they drag. And you can see a lot of drag marks if you look right there as well.
Correct. All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Also, I'd like for the mayor and council to know that New Horizons committee, they did a petition, and we have that it was submitted to Ms. Hampton, and there are about 215 signatures from individuals that oppose through traffic. And I'd like to yield my comments at this time and ask if there is anyone in the audience that would like to speak for not to abandon the street. If there's anyone that supports Mr. Reed, you can come up and speak.
Madam Chair, can I say one more thing before we turn it over?
I'm sorry? Yes, sure.
Say one more thing before we turn it over.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Reed, that street is not wide enough because there's parking on the right going up. And if you got a truck and a car coming down and those kids between those cars, there's parking going all the way up to the field. Drive-in parking.
I'm not sure I follow. What I'm proposing doesn't have any parking, and there is no parking on Malone Street right now. There's obviously parking in the parking of Alice Hawthorne building, but there's no parking on Malone Street from where it's paved now, nor where it's gravel.
Maybe they haven't striped it yet, but there's parking. Time you go up Malone, there's parking on the right all the way up. By those sheds. People park and go down to the sheds.
He means coming south, going north to the right of where the picnic tables are. There's a couple of parking spaces that are right there. Of course, with the development of the park, and we'll have increased parking, of course.
And I hope we all understand that there's a lot of traffic that does come to the park. So my 1.6 cars in the middle of the July, which half of them are heading north, is only 0.8 cars per hour, which has so little insignificant increase in the traffic that goes through that park on a busy night or a football game. There's so many cars in there at that time. I can't imagine 0.6 cars adding to the danger of the children in there with the number of cars that we've all seen down there, especially during football games and other special events.
So thank you for your question, Councilman Davis. So I will yield my comments at this time if there are any individuals that like to make comments. And I'm not sure if there's anyone else on the line.
The line, Chelsea?
Okay.
And
Thank you.
just to address Ms. Stanley mentioning the petition, I have submitted that to the clerk's office, so that will be attached to your agenda for Monday.
Thank you.
So this is for those in opposition, Madam Chair? And it's 20
Yes, ma'am.
minutes, as I read in the beginning, it's 20 minutes in totality and 5 minutes per person, or if there's more people than the 20-minute time frame, then you can have 3 minutes a person.
Okay.
But
You have a question, Councilman Adams?
Point of order, we're not in a public hearing. I don't know why we're talking about time limit.
No, we're not in a public hearing. I didn't say that
Apologize.
I didn't say we were in a public hearing. I just asked if.
I was speaking to the mayor
Oh, I'm
about,
sorry.
Oh, I
about,
apologize.
about us having time limits because
Oh.
we're not in a public hearing. Therefore, I don't know why we're worried about time limits for anyone.
You're right.
Just curious if that's something that we needed to institute
But usually it's a 5 minutes.
in
For
a
people
public
to-
hearing. Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think she
You're
was just
opening
being
it up,
courteous.
you're just opening it up for comments.
Right.
Outside of a public
Mhm.
hearing. Okay.
So if there's anyone here that have comments, then you're welcome to come up. If not, we'll move forward. If you'll please come to the mic and state your name.
Council, it's been about 2 years since I've been here, and I thank y'all for doing what y'all did for myself and my family and the north side of the community of Douglasville.
If you'll state your name and address, sir, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
And my name is Sidney Parker. I live at 8068 Dallas Highway in Douglasville, Georgia. I'm a retired truck driver of 38 years, almost 4 million miles, accident-free.
That's great.
Have the trophies, coats, and everything else to prove it. But speaking of that road on the park, I was born on that street, in the old rock house that was there, and my daddy sold the land to Dr. Young, and I imagine he donated it some for the parks. And somehow or another, it got away. But speaking, I'm 67 years old now, but I played on that road in them hills coming off. And that incline by driving a truck, you don't park a truck on a hill, even if you stopping just to open a gate. You got air brakes, you got fluid brakes, you got electrical brakes. Anything's up to fail. It don't take but a second. And that thing, you can't stop it. And a child's life or a person's life is not worth it. I asked at the last virtual meeting, was he gonna cut down the incline? He said, no. You a tractor trailer, not a trailer, but a bobtail tractor is about 28,000 pounds, just the tractor alone. You take the U-Haul trucks, most of them are fluid, they're not air brakes. They don't get maintained that good that much. The brakes can go out. You have to look at that stuff. It don't take but a split second. You You can't stop that thing. You ask any truck driver, does he park on an incline? And he'll use those words I can't use in here because he know. And the maintenance is not the same. You're going to rent a truck and you go park it. You don't know what the guy behind you going to do or who driving the truck before you got it. You don't know what shape that truck is in. It's up to go. The engine cut off, it's going down the road. So if that incline, that gate, that park, them children, and I have 25 grandchildren, and God forbid one of them get run over. Because I have seen accidents and all kind of accidents with children, with people. It's not a good sight. I worked for DeKalb County Public Works, retired there, even while driving. We've had men to get run over by garbage trucks where brakes fail. And that ain't no good sight, to see a person just squished just because something malfunctioned. And it happens. It happens. You're going to park that weight on that hill on the incline, it don't have to be much. But ain't nothing holding it there but a little bit fluid or a little bit electrical power or a little bit air. And you stomp your foot on the brake, it ain't going to stop until it hit a ditch or a car or somebody. It's just too dangerous. And that's just my expert opinion, you know. I've seen trucks just roll away because it failed. You got to think about that, you know. It's just the wrong thing to do. To let them come on that incline and stop and do this gate, it can fail while he got his foot on the brake. It happened to me, but wasn't nothing in front where I could hit anything. But about 38 years experience, you know, you learn something new every day. But after an accident, that's experience right there. You never do it again. But I don't want to see anybody hurt just to save a few dollars. And I believe there are other ways to make an exit there, besides going through this park and putting my grandchildren in danger. It's the only park in Douglasville, like I said, that them people ain't gonna have that stuff going through their park hurting their children. And it's not right.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
All right, thanks, man.
Any other comments? Okay. Okay. Go.
Ms. Mitchell, can you hear me? Ms. Mitchell? Are you muted? Ms. Mitchell?
It's showing as muted.
Still show you as muted.
Ms. Crum, do you want to go ahead and come up?
My name is Cassandra Crum. Hello, everybody, and I live at 4625 Smokestone Drive, Douglasville. That's my resident, but we own a business in the city of Douglasville at 6544 Malone Road, 30134. I'm here to speak on behalf of some of the parents who have come to me and asked, due to the timing, some were here but because of the length of this meeting, they had to leave. But in the midst of what Mr. Chip Reed has already said, in reference to wanting to enhance our community and our neighborhood, I agree wholeheartedly. Definitely it would help to enhance. But then when, as a mother, a grandmother, a director, a pastor, a wife, when you're looking at your community, you're looking at your neighborhood, you don't want to degrade your neighborhood. You want your neighborhood to, by all means, increase in value. At any one time, if any child were to, for whatever reason, have some type of tragic accident, that is a stigmatism that will stick with that neighborhood for a very, very long time. What we're wanting to do, and what Avalon originally, and he is a developer of that community, and that was one of the reasons why my husband and I chose to come into this neighborhood, because one, we wanted to educate our families. We wanted to educate our children. We wanted to be able to empower our children to be successful citizens, to be able to take care of their community, to be able to train up their children in the way that they should go. Those were the techniques and some of the goals that we had already established. And now, coming forward, our community is growing, by all means, with a lot of our citizens and a lot of our families who have been in numerous meetings and trying to help enhance this community and help build up this community. That's why I'm here to help be in support and be an advocate for those families that if we're going to enhance the community, that's wonderful, that's great. But if we're going to bring trucks into a community, that's not going to enhance your community, because now what we're doing is we're taking a residential community and we're bringing in commercial transportation, and we're saying box trucks now, but who can say years from now that it won't be the bigger trucks? Once we open up that avenue for something small, from a commercial perspective, it can grow bigger. What we really need to do is continue to enhance our neighborhood, as he said, from a residential standpoint. And yes, put the lighting in, put the sidewalks in, make our communities great. Do all of that, but we don't have to do it now because we want transportation. And I know Trip since we built over there, we know each other very well. So I'm not degrading what he's trying to do, but I am saying we need to enhance our communities, and not necessarily with bringing this transportation service coming in basically from in our residential community. But what I would like to say is we should be able to compromise. And in our community, where we all come together as citizens, as businessmen and businesswomen, as our legal people, we should be able to compromise and say, yes, this is a problem because it's affecting his business. I'm a business owner. Our business has been affected tremendously. And yes, he's saying maybe not due to COVID, but yes, it is due to COVID. Because when you think of families have to stay in their homes, they don't have a need to come out to come and get their children to childcare unless they're working. If a lot of our families who are needing his service, they may not have to be able to move right now because they don't have those funds because they're not working. But if these trucks that he's talking about that needs to get back out into the highway, unfortunately, things happen. So yes, we have a highway coming through that's getting ready to bring in multi-million dollars of commercial property. That's all well and good. But if his business is being affected by that, then we need to come together as our community with our neighbors, with all of the people who have signed our petitions, whether it be yay or nay, and let's work out something that's going to be effective for the whole community. If it's putting down some of this, whatever you're talking about, raising it up, I don't know all of this techniques, technical stuff, but I am a citizen to know that if it's going to affect your business, it's going to affect somebody else's. So we're not just looking at one individual, but we should be looking at everything as a whole. And let's come together, and maybe those other business owners, tell them, look,
we can't get out into the street because of whatever is going on, but are there other ways that we can work this thing together so everybody can get a little piece of the pie and be happy? That's my comment. So I hope you'll take that in consideration.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Oh, you try Ms. Mitchell again? Okay.
Yeah, she is unmuted now.
Okay. Mm-mm.
But I'm not getting any audio feed from her mic. There she is.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? We can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am. You're available to speak.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
Yes, ma'am, we hear you. Go ahead and speak. Okay. All right, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. Mayor and council, I would say that destiny is something you have to consider. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am, you're coming in loud
Yes,
and clear.
ma'am, you're coming in loud and clear. Okay, all right, all right. Destiny is something you have to contribute to in order to come out, in order for it to come out right. Sometimes you know what is right, but yet you don't have the strength to do the right thing. Let's show these residents that live around Jesse Davis Park and others that uses Jesse Davis Park that we care about them, as you have shown the residents that live around the backside of Hunter Park when you close that entrance to trucks. Also to cars and to pedestrians who walked to Hunter Park that had no vehicles, which made their, of course, commute a little longer. So please give these residents around Jesse Davis Park the same courtesy and consideration. As a community, we are asking the mayor and council to unanimously move forward with closing the Lone Street at or near Alice Hawthorne building to avoid trucks going through Jesse Davis Park, where children are usually going through one side of the street to the other. And speaking of putting a stop sign and bumpers, however, 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds are not going to adhere to the stop sign and bumpers when they want to get to the other side of the street. They're moving. They're on the move. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, any other comments?
Hi, my name is Brandon Penniman, address 1082 Abington Court, Douglasville, Georgia. I come today as a concerned citizen who has lived on the north side of Douglasville all of my life. I played football at Jesse Davis when it was the first year that it was ever open and that it moved from Hunter Park. Tiger Cubs moved from Hunter Park to Jesse Davis. But I come today not only as a concerned citizen, but also as a voting member of the Douglas County Planning and Zoning Board. So I bring those professional attributes to this conversation. So the first thing I want to mention is that I feel that this conversation is a conversation that is based around the battle between money and morality. I feel and totally understand, Mr. Reed, your need and concern for the money and the revenue that's been lost. But on the morality side of the conversation, I feel that when you are considering the impact of your suggestion to remedy your problem for financial loss, I feel that that remedy is not safe for our community. As Ms. Mitchell mentioned, there's already been a precedent set in our community on how we would handle through traffic through a local park. If we look at the example of Hunter Park, which is connected to a city-owned street, the citizens came together and decided that that's not what they wanted in their community, and they thought it was not safe for the children. And when they came together and said they didn't want it and thought it was unsafe, there's been a blocker there at the back end of Hunter Park ever since I've ever known it. So I come today saying that I believe that that same precedence that has already been set by our community should also be followed through and applied to Jesse Davis. I'm not coming up here just on my own word, but I decided to do my own research, and I've reached out to professionals that work within our community, specifically our Director of Parks and Recs, Mr. Travis Landrum. I spoke to him directly, and I asked him, could I quote him today? And he said that'll be fine because he's already mentioned this to you guys, but I want to reiterate the fact that, first off, your Park and Recreation Director, the one that you hired to direct your Parks and Rec, is in disagreement with this. He does not believe that there should be through traffic through the park. He also said that he believes it should be easy for us to be able to apply the same precedents that we applied at Hunter Park to Jesse Davis Park. This is coming directly from your Director of Park and Recreations for the City of Douglasville. The last comment that I want to make is the comment of volume. Mr. Reed spoke of the volume through the statistics that he took with his business and said that on average he's receiving about 1.6 cars per hour during the busy times of his of the working of hours of his business. So my response to that, if at the busiest times of your working hours during the day you're only receiving 1.6 cars, it tells me that there really isn't a need for a second entrance or exit, because you don't have that much volume to need a second entrance, especially, in my opinion, especially if there is a true exit that you don't have to go down the private street. I understand that the road in front of the car wash is a private road, and so there's no sidewalks or lights there, and so it can be dangerous, but there is a way for his customers to leave his facility and be able to access Highway 92 going north or south. They simply must exit out his business, go around to Archery Circle, which is less than a quarter of a mile, stop at the stop sign, take a left, and you're at the red light where you can go north or south. So there is a feasible option for his clients to be able to exit, go down Archery Circle, take a left at the stop sign, not have to worry about getting caught up on the edge, and be able to go north or south without it being an impediment. 30 seconds at the most would be the impediment that it would take for them to take a right and go down Archery Circle. But for the sake of losing a child's life, I don't think those 30 seconds are worth it. Or actually, I do think those 30 seconds are worth it, and that his client should be willing to take that 30-second delay in order to prolong the safety of our community and our students who will be crossing Jesse Davis on the regular. One other thing I want to add, just in regards to the facts that he brought up, his study was done last weekend to show that kids weren't going across the park. But we must remember that you guys as city council, you've removed the goals from the basketball hoops, so of course that reduces the kids. The Jesse Davis Park is not having basketball games and things of that nature right now, so that's reducing the kids. So those facts of there weren't many people walking across the street this last weekend is skewed data simply because of the coronavirus and the fact that the park is not being used right now. But when we get back to normal and you have 200 to 300 kids that are going to that park to practice football every single night, that's where the scary part comes in. That's where it can become an issue. One thing I do want to say as I close is I want to thank you, Mr. Reed. I do want to say thank you for all of the options that you have put in place. But at the end of the day, I do feel that the best option would be for us to continue to allow the clients to exit the way that they've been exiting and to take Audrey Circle down to the Shell station to be able to go north or south on 92. And with that, I will yield my time. Thank you guys so much for your consideration and all that you do for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Penniman. Any other comments?
How you doing? Henry Mitchell IV, 2646 Dale Ridge Road, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. I kind of wish I would have went before Brandon. He took a lot of my ideas, so I'll come at it from a different angle. I actually grew up at that park. I was at the park a lot, and to be honest with you, it's definitely a lot of traffic at that park, especially during football, basketball, really at any given time. I appreciate Mr. Reed for his financial contributions that he wants to make to Douglas County, but I honestly don't think we can be bought. So in my opinion, let's keep it as is, right? Let's do our jobs and do for the people of Douglasville, the people who voted each and every last person in this room in. So I'm trying to really be nice about it, but at the end of the day, I don't want to beat on a dead horse. We should not have the trucks come through the park. And like Brandon proposed, it's definitely another way that you can do it. Now, granted, that's my point. GDOT definitely possibly told him something differently, and they had some type of agreement, but we don't have that in writing. So we honestly don't know what's going on. So I think Mr. Reed should take that up with GDOT and not our city council. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any other comments? Okay, if not, just my last comment I would like to say is, just as a resident too, growing up on the north side of town, with this bypass and not being able just to get across the tracks for 40 plus years is one issue. And also now we have a 6-lane highway that is right next to the park, that our children, we haven't even come up with any solutions on what we're going to do on the 6-lane highway, let alone through traffic through the park. And I'm not just speaking of trucks. I hear everybody saying trucks, but I don't think Mr. Reed was just saying trucks, because there are his other clients don't just bring trucks in there, but just through traffic, period. So I just say, please think about the safety of our children and our residents, and let's just have a park, not through traffic. That's it. So, Madam Mayor, if there are any other comments, I will go to the next item. Okay. Adopt an ordinance to enact Article 3, Chapter 74 of the Code of the City of Douglasville to provide for the installation of speed humps on existing streets.
Ms. Stanley, I'm just going to ask Ms. Littlefield to review the process quickly with you all, and I can add this item again on Monday night in committee, so you all can have further discussion at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hampson. And the last item is to appoint April McNown to the Douglas County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee as the City of Douglasville staff appointee to an expired term expiring January 31st, 2022. Ms. Chelsea?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chelsea Jackson, 6695 Church Street. Currently in that position, you have Ms. Michelle Wright. Of course, she's retiring in September. So Community Development Director Patrice Williams is recommending that April McCown is appointed as the staff appointee to the Douglas County Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chelsea. Are there any questions or comments? I think Ms. April will do great. And if not, I'd like to add this to the consent agenda. Thank you. There are no other items under transportation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move on
You're
to
welcome.
other business. Is there any other business to come before council tonight from council members? Everyone's saying, please, no. Just quickly, City Manager, the status of the mask that Councilman Estes recommended for the city to purchase, especially since we've had our refuge workers
Jason
quarantined.
Post can come out and give a quick update. His department is handling that. I'm not certain the time frame as of yet, unless Chelsea knows.
You can tell me on Monday. I just wanted to. Oh. Yes, no, maybe so.
The masks are on order. They will be in. They're scheduled to be here by Monday or Tuesday. Hopefully by Tuesday we'll have masks. We do have signage already in hand. We have some other materials that are already in the office. We're hoping to have everything in by Monday or Tuesday to roll out the full mask campaign.
Okay, and our refuge workers will be able to, they'll be given some?
They currently have PPE that they
Okay.
use. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Post. And then lastly, I've gotten several calls, and I believe the city manager has as well, about the carnival at the mall, at Arbor Place Mall. And just for the citizens, if anyone's trying to watch this to go to sleep, The carnival is not mandated by the City of Douglasville. Those permits are given at the state level, and they are permitted to be there as private property. Arbor Place Mall is private property. So we do not mandate carnivals. The governor's order does say that carnivals can take place just like Six Flags, and so they're permitted to have the carnival at the mall. And all of the safety concerns with masks and the promotional items and all that for citizens, I've gotten comments about this as well, is not taken from your tax dollars, it's from the CARES Act. So we're not taking your tax dollars and telling people that they should wear masks or do any mask promotionals. That money is from the CARES Act, not your city tax dollars. So those are the only two things I want to bring up under other business. Updates from city staff, city attorney, our Chief Assistant City Attorney, Ms. Susan Littlefield.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Chief of Police, Chief Sparks.
No business, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. City Manager, Ms. Marsha Hampton.
Only two things, as mentioned. We will go over the speed humps at your 5 o'clock committee meetings on Monday. Also, we have executive session on Monday to go over staff evaluations. Rather than printing those out for you all, I will email them before the close of business tomorrow. So as you're reviewing them in executive session, please have your laptops and you can review them via email. And then finally, if you have not had a chance to look, we are steadily on our way to closing out the project at Fairburn Road and I-20. So it should look fairly different if you have not seen it recently.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Yes, ma'am. Saw coming back from Savannah. Any other concerns, comments, questions? Not seeing any. This meeting is adjourned.